Okay, good morning, guys. Can everybody hear me, guys? Could you please type in the chat window? Great, thank you, Pravalika. And give me one moment while I log into my web shell. Seems going to be big. And so on. Password. Okay, looks like I'm in. And pardon me. Let's see where we are, guys. Pause. There we go. Back here. Speak. Okay. So today we'll look at a few advanced scenarios in PIG and things like that, guys. Gentlemen, ladies, when we do a load, what is load doing, guys? Can anybody give me a quick answer? What does load do? What is happening here? Okay. Let's see, we're loading the data, reading the data. When we load the data, what kind of an object is post called, guys? Do any of you recall? What kind of an object is load called? It is called a message. Okay, think again, guys. How about what is it similar to? Oops, resuming the screen. More precisely, it is similar to a table and a database, and it is called as a relation or a bag in an Apache pig world, in a pig world. Okay. Now let's say, scroll up here. Do you remember what is the difference between pig minus x local and pig, guys? Oh, no. Pig is map reduce mode and minus x local is? It's called a local mode, as simple as that. Okay, let's see if we can configure some of the settings here. Now let's set this one. Oh, there you go. Hope that is more clear. And back here, now what is letter and count here? Oops. What is letter and count called, guys? They are the column names, they are the column names and also the data types, they are called the schema. What does dump do, guys? It will display the data on the screen. Get rid of my screen. Oops. This, let's say here. I'm going to write this. Okay. And looks like, what do we do? ls-ltr. Didn't we create the file yesterday? Oh, LTR. There you go. c.txt, and there are a few pip files coming up here. So toggle and cat. Looks like we created yesterday a few files in other people's files. And let's say cat, let's say b.txt. Why is that coming like that? Strange. Say hide this one. And oops. One more time. Oh, I think the moment I click on this one, it will go ahead and bring up that. Give me one moment. Let me do a cat here. Oops. Something is strange here. Cat is not displaying properly. Strange. Okay, anyway. But let's see. Now here comes the tough one, guys. Do you know if you remember what does explain do? Oh, it gives us the execution plan. Can anybody tell me when I did a paste records here, I'm getting this error. What is the problem here? Why am I getting unexpected token error here? Records equal to load. We do have the file. Any thoughts, guys? It's just a simple and a tricky one. I'm just tricking you. It's actually a more stupid one. Stupid question. Still thinking? I'm going to pause the screen here. I'm going to bring up my slides here. Let's see. We come down all the way here. Good. Okay. Is young. Curious. Sharing it again. And give me one moment, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, sorry about that. We are not in big. Okay, that is your answer. Okay. So now, gentlemen, ladies, here's a question. I'm going to confuse you a little bit. Let's see if you're able to recall this one. Let's say I come back here. Okay. Now let me say, there is a subtle difference between the records here, the records relation or bag here versus the third one. Or in other words, more precisely, there is a subtle difference between the first load versus the second load versus the third load. Can anyone of you recall this? Between the three loads. Okay, good. So in other words, more precisely, in the first load, we are giving the schema. In the third one, we are not giving the schema in the third load. But in the second one, there is something different we are doing, guys. Can anybody take a guess? What do we say? The second one. I will repeat. In the first load, we are giving the schema. In the third one, we are not giving the schema. And in the, in the third one, we are not giving the schema. In the second one, what do we say? Tough one, guys. Okay, it is called partial schema. Here, in the first one, we're giving the column name and the data type. In the second one, we are only giving the column name, but not the data type. In the third one, we are not even giving the column name and the data type. If you don't give the column name and the data type, what would be the default data type, guys? The hint is on the screen. What is the default data type that Pig is taking or assuming? More precisely, it's a byte array. And what does byte array mean? What do you think is the meaning of byte array? It is binary data. In other words, even though whether it's integer or numerical data, Pig is treating as binary data. Okay, that is something I need you to manually remember. What does for each do, guys? What does this, the statement for each statement do here? Tough question. It is iterating as the first one. Okay, good answer. Short and sweet, it's like a for loop. What is $0, 1, and 2? They are indexes of the columns. More precisely, it is called positional referencing. Okay, it is like a column indexing, but in a Pig world, we call that as positional referencing based on the position Because we do not have a data type, we are able to use the positional referencing, is what it is, guys. Okay, let's say move one step ahead. Now let's see what's happening here. And okay, can any one of you take a guess what is happening in this last 3 lines? What's happening in the last 3 lines, guys? We are grouping and dumping. Okay, short and sweet. We are grouping, and then more precisely, we are counting it. What are we counting, guys? What are we counting? Corrupted records. What are corrupted records? They are records which are empty. And they can also be called as invalid records. What's empty here? What is empty here in this statement? Temperature, the second column. Filter records by temperature. If you go back here, temperature is the second column. So where the temperature is empty, that is missing data. Missing data is invalid data. Invalid data is corrupt records. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. Now there is a dump again. Okay. Can any one of you take a guess what the split records is doing? What that line is doing? That's an easy answer, but a slightly confusing. It is splitting it short and sweet. Okay, it's nothing but it's an if and else block or loop. If temperature is not null, it is putting it into good records. Split. It's like else. It is putting it into bad records. If temperature is null, it is putting into bad records. If temperature is not null, it is putting it into good records. Is what is happening. Now here comes a tough one. Is there any problem in this data, guys? Tough question. Tab space. Okay, one answer. Anything else? Third character. Temperature is null. Where is null here? Oops. Sorry about that, guys. For temperature type is not mentioned. Okay. One answer. Can you take another guess? You almost answered it. Temperature good or not bad indicated. Okay. Anything else you can think of, Ganesh? When you look at the data, are you seeing something good or bad? How about that? Okay, that's a deep one. So in other words, more precisely, notice the third row where we have temperature, we have knee. Temperature should be numerical data, but here we have knee. What is that? That is bad data. In the world of data, if data is missing or if the data is not conveying temperature easy means that is not right. Not right is invalid data. As simple as that. Okay. And so there is, what is this? That is the story of load. Can any one of you take a guess what is peak storage here, guys? What is peak storage indicating? What is this one? This one said there's some professional thing came up here. Okay, closing that. Okay. What do you think is peak storage, guys? It's a simple answer. The hint is on the screen. It is separated by comma. By default, pig will take tab as a separator or a delimiter. It is called delimiter. You're telling pig this is a file where the data is comma separated, as simple as that. It is stored by a comma. That is what is called peak storage of comma. You need to manually remember. That's more of a syntactical thing, guys. Okay. Now, come here. Let's see. Here is likes. Okay. Load again. Likes is another relation. So we have user 1. He has 10 likes, and there is some timestamp. These are 3 different columns. Now, let's say here is join. Okay, so one more time, I'm going to go back here. Notice the post says user 1245 and the like says user 1234. And here comes the join. What do you think? What is the mantra of a join, or what do you think is join, guys? Anybody recall? It is combining. Good answer. Combining similar ones, to be more precise. So, in other words, let's say go back here. User 1 posted message 1, 2 posted message 2, 4 posted message 3, and 5 posted message 4. Then here is user. Except user 3, all of them have likes. They got likes. So ideally in a big data world, these are going to be millions and billions of rows in a big data file. Okay. So we are loading 2 relations, posts and likes, and then we are doing a join. What is join? Join is nothing but inner join. Inner join is nothing but the intersection. So what is happening is user 1, he posted message 1 and he has 10 likes. User 2 posted message 2 and he has 5 likes, and so on. More precisely, user 1, 2, and 4 are in both the relations. In other words, they are common there. They are common, to be more precise, and that is why join is selecting both of them. Join post. So in a SQL world, we'll say select star from post. Join likes is what we'll say, where user dot is equal to user ID. Here we are saying join post by user, likes by user. And what it is doing is, if you look, username is common between both of them. So it is automatically selecting based on the username. That is the join here. So there is the join. By default, it is selecting based on username, wherever user 1 is matching. Now here is join post by user and date. We are joining by multiple keys. Okay, so in other words, if you come back here, take a look at user 1. His date and timestamp, if you recall, this is nothing but Linux or Unix date and time. It counts, it's giving you the number, which is the number of seconds from 1970 January 1st. It's giving you the number of seconds. There are functions with which we can convert it to human readable date and time. So notice user 1 is ending with 191. And if you come to likes, user 1, it's exactly ending with 191. User 1 and the date and timestamp are both the same here. When you just do a join, notice you got 2, user 1, 2, and 4. Why? Because we joined by single user, by single column. And if you closely look, user 2 has a different Now user 2, does he have to 20261999? Oops. 20261999. Okay, user 2, and then user 4. User 4 is one. Okay. So in other words, user 124. If we join, I think here the data doesn't seem to be correct, is what it is. So in other words, when we join post by user and date, only if the user column and the date column match, then only those. So in other words, the join is happening with respect to two columns or two keys. We're calling them as keys. Only if the user and date match, then only it's extracting. So based on my previous data, we have only user 1, where user 1 and date is also matching. Okay, let me come back here. Back here. And commands big, right? So Hadoop commands. Come back here. Post string. Not this one. Not this one. Here we go. Okay, here we go. And what we'll do, here's lab. So let's see if there is data here. Here's the data. Okay, resume. So here is user posts, message 1. This is users and their messages. Then we have, come back here, user and likes. User 1 has the same date and timestamp. User 2 here in likes is ending with 394. In posts, it is ending with 193. User 4 is ending with 189, his timestamp. If you come here, user 4 is ending with a different number, 364. Is what is happening. So when we join by multiple keys, only user 1 has the same username and the timestamp here in both of them. That is why only user 1 is getting selected when we join by multiple keys. Everybody catching that, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. Then comes the left outer join. Left outer join is like, so in other words, if you come back to the inner join, it's like saying the common users between posts and likes means give me all the users who have not only posted a message, but they also have received likes. In a social media world, how many likes you have received and things like that, that's a very important thing. You posted something and somebody indicated that they like it means, that means they're receiving your message. That could be where a message where you're saying, hey, Ganesh purchased Reebok shoes and is going and just posting in a group, a Facebook group, or maybe WhatsApp group saying, guys, I purchased Reebok shoes and I'm liking it, I'm loving it, and things like that. So what will happen, guys? There is a good chance others might get influenced. And what will happen? Well, if others, how do you know? Well, somebody is getting, let's say Pratyusha is getting influenced by this. She's also going and purchasing Reebok shoes. She's getting influenced. So what is happening? There is some business which is happening based on the casual messages, based on the likes and the dislikes that we have. The businesses are inferring and understanding insights, what they like, what they don't like. If Ganesh likes Reebok shoes, he may also like Nike shoes. So what do? We can advertise Nike shoes chain. That is the kind of decisions that they are making at a business level based on our casual messages that we are posting in WhatsApps and Facebooks and things like that, guys. That is what they call as insights. They're trying to understand who like what versus who like didn't, or who don't like what. Are they happy? Are they not happy? And things like that. Okay. So user 1, 2, and 4 are in the intersection region. Means that is, these are the users who not only posted a message, but also got a like. Sometimes some people post a message, but nobody may like it. Okay, now take a look at the left left join, if you recall, the left join is nothing but left outer join. This is user 1245. What is 1245? If you come back to the user posts, let's say here is user posts, user 1245. This is the left-hand side table. So what we are doing is we are doing a left outer join. It's like saying, give me all the users who posted messages. 1, 2, 4, and 5 have posted the messages. But what is happening is for 5, we don't have any likes. 1 to 4, we also had likes. User 1's message was liked 10 times. User 2's was liked 5 times, and user 4 was liked 25 times. But here is user 5, whoever he is. People did not like his message, so that's why we're not able to find any rows associated with him on the right-hand side. Everybody catching it, guys? This is left outer join. Okay, the reverse is right outer join. What we are doing is, you can say instead of left, you can say right, which is, now take a look at user 1, 2, and 4. We just discussed, but there is something going on with user 3. What do you think is happening with user 3, guys? It's a tough question. I'm going to pause my screen for one moment. Let's say come back here. Zooming in. Okay. It's a tough question. I'll give you a moment to think about it. Good. Imagine really, this 0 is really like a 10. What it is indicating is user 3 is there in the likes, but he does not have message, which means somehow user 3 is there in the likes, but he never posted a message. You cannot have likes without posting a message, which means it's corrupted data. Somewhere this data got inserted somehow. There's a bug in the application or something like that. For user 3, we are saying there are 10 likes and we don't have any messages, which is in a data world, we call that as a corrupted data. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. Okay. Let's say, so that is right outer join. Now here is full outer join. Full outer join is everything. Give me all the users, the posts and the likes. So here is user 1. He has a post, he has a like. User 2 has a post and a like. User 3 does not have a post, but he seems to have some likes. Somehow he's there in the likes. User 4 has a post and a like. User 5 has posted a message, but did not get anything. So in other words, we're getting all the rows. That is full outer join. Okay, we have actually executed some of this stuff in our SQL world. So I'm quickly going over these things. And now here comes another one, which is called user info co-group. Instead of a join, we are going to call this as a co-group. It's just like a join. More precisely, it is nothing but it's a full outer join. It is, if you notice, let's say come back here, back to scroll here, sketch. Okay, snap it. Put this here. More time. So what it is doing is, if you look at this one, this is nothing but the full outer join. Co-group is giving you the full outer join, plus what it also gives you is, it gives you the group by column based on what co-groups by user. We're saying by user. So it is just adding the user column on the left-hand side. That is called a group by column. In an outer join, in a full outer join, it doesn't give you this one. It just gives you these things as rows, as tuples, a group of tuples. Whereas here, it's taking the tuple, which is nothing but the row from the left-hand side, row from the right-hand side, putting it into a relation, and then it is giving you an outer tuple. So if I were to remove this one, this is co-group. It's putting this whole thing in a tuple. Tuple from here to here, tuple from here to here. So this tuple has two relations. It picked up the left-hand side tuple and the right-hand side tuple. What is this one? This whole part is nothing but the snapshot of the full outer join. So it is taking the full outer join. It is also giving us the group by key or the column on the left-hand side, that is co-group. Again, here and there we'll come across co-group and things like that. Just be familiar. Slightly advanced one. We don't need to worry about it. So these are some of the built-in functions that Pig already has. Average, as the name suggests, it is nothing but the average or the mean. Concat, it just is used for concatenating two strings. Count is count. Count star is also count the number of entries, including null values. Okay, count star is also count for now. And max, min, size, these are some of the other functions. Not every function we need to know, but generally some of the names are pretty self-explanatory is what it is, guys. These are the functions here. Now let's say what is happening here. Reusable scripts. Okay, then comes macros. Macros are like nothing but small functions in Apache Pig, just like we can write our own functions in Apache Pig. So let's say we'll see if we can spend a moment here. These are some slightly advanced concepts. I'll just get you familiar. We don't need to go too deep into it. So define max. Define, that is more of a def. That's like a def. Max by group is nothing but the function name. Okay. Then we have the arguments. X group by key max field returns y. So one additional thing is we have to say we're returning something. That is generally a relation object. Now A equals to group $x by $group key. Now here's a slightly deep one, guys. Can any one of you take a guess what is $x here? What is $x here? It is the index. Okay, think again. It's much more simple answer, Pratyusha. It is it a column? Is it a column? Think again. In this macro or in this function, what is $x? What do you think is $x? It is schema. More precisely, it is an argument. $x is referring to this one. So inside the function in Pig, we are referring to the arguments using $. And $group by key is nothing but the second argument. If you want to refer to the arguments, what we are doing is we are referring them using $. That is what is something Pig's way of doing it. Okay, so group by $group key. So ideally, what this is doing is this is going to get a relation. On this relation, it is going to perform a group by key, and that is what is A. When you group by, you get a relation A. Next, we're using for each generate, which is nothing but a for loop. It is going to go to each. So once we do a group by, the left-hand side is going to be the grouped key column. And now what we're doing is max of $, max ID, max field. Now, no, here's a slightly tough one. It's not a tough one, it's a very tough one. What do you think is $x, max field, guys? What do you think is this one? $x, max field. It is an attribute of what, Lavanya? You almost answered the question, but let's see if you can go one step deep. Attribute of max by group. Good. In other words, more precisely, X is a relation. Let's say back here. $x is this one. That's a relation. That's like a table. That's like a bag. In that relation, in that table, there is a column called max field. So what we are doing is you go to A, select each row. The left-hand side is going to be the group by column of the key. Select that one. And then that relation $x, whatever the table, it has a column called max field. So we're kind of hard coding here. What is max field? That is what we are sending here as an argument. It's coming in as an argument is what it is happening. Okay, now, what do you think? Let's say, to understand that, let's go one step deep. What do you think is happening here, guys? What do you think is happening here? The simple answer is doing a filtering, it's doing a conditional checking. It's checking if the temperature is not equal to 9999. Temperature is never equal to that number. If temperature is equal to that number, that should be a bad record. And quality equals to 0, 1, 4, 5, or 9. If it is any one of these, then what we are doing is we are selecting those rows or those records. Now, then what we are doing is then the action is beginning. We are calling the macro. That's like our function. What is that doing? Filtered records. What is filtered records? Filtered records is nothing but relation that we just filtered. And year. What is year? Year is the group by field, which means filtered record is becoming the X. And let's say, get rid of this one. Filtered records is becoming X. And then say, get rid of this. So where is filtered records? Filtered records is here, is becoming the X. Now what we are doing is, we are doing a group by key. In filtered records, what is year? Year is becoming the group by key, group key is what it is. So we are filtering, in the filtered records, we are doing a group by based on the year column, which means all the year columns we are grouping by. And the third one, which is the max field, is becoming the temperature. Okay, so in other words, let's say if I would clean up a little bit. To this, okay. So filtered records has become X here. Put it like this. Next, year. We are going to group by the year. We're putting each year. We're taking all the columns. Then temperature is becoming the max field. Max field. And what are we doing? After we do a group by, we are taking the maximum of temperature. Means in each year, we're calculating the maximum of the temperature is what is happening. What this is doing is, that is what this is doing. Okay, now let's say, scroll down here. $y. Where is $y, Revati? I don't see $y. $x is nothing but it is referring to the argument. But let's see, let's come here.
The odd line, sir.
Oh, sorry, $y. $y is your result. Sorry, $y is nothing but result. So whatever, after you perform this one, whatever you get is becoming y, that y is being returned. So this is an additional thing that we are putting as part of the first line in pig. This is like a macro. The macro is nothing but a like a small like a function in pig is what it is. Now let's see. Okay, now so in other words, take a look at this. Let's come back here. I think what if I would do a little bit of cleanup. Imagine we did not have this macro. Imagine we did not create this macro. Okay, what do we do? Ideally, notice this one. This is how we would write it. Notice filtered records from filtered records. Okay, what are we doing? We are grouping by the year, and that becomes this one relation. And we're going to that relation here. We're going to that relation here, and what are we doing? We are generating max of temperature. So in other words, these two lines which are here have been manually coded here. The advantage of macro is, let's say in a real world, we want to then do minimum, we want to do average, we want to do different kinds of things 10 times, 20 times like that. Without a macro, these 2 to 3 lines of code will be copy pasting again with a small change. is what we will be doing. So what do we do? That's why we're defining a macro. Short and sweet, it's like a function is what it is. Catching it, guys? Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay, another thing to be aware of in a pig world, again, a slightly advanced concept, but let me just give you a quick introduction here. UDFs, we can write functions. UDF is nothing but a user-defined function. It's nothing but a function, as simple as that. So what is this? This is Java code. We could probably write this in maybe few lines in Python code. But what is happening is the name of this is good quality. In Pig, what we are doing is we are manually checking quality 0, 1, 4, 5. That is, we converted that to a function in Java. Notice it is 20, probably 15 to 20 lines of code, what Pig is doing. But here, the objective is you can provide any kind of logic in your Java and Python. What do you do then? Notice how we are calling the function here. If we provided this, all the built-in functions in Pig are nothing but the Java functions. They are nothing but the classes and things like that in Java. This is how we are calling. So what is happening is filter records by temperature is not equal to this one and is good quality means it is going to take each row, it is going to pass it to this one. The row is going to come in as a tuple object and it is verifying the conditions. It will return a true or a false, and if it returns a true, filter will select it. So in other words, this is an example of how to use a Java function in Pig. We can also use a Python function in Pig also, guys. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. As simple as that. So that is the story of the Pig, guys. And Yan, okay. Yan is nothing but Hadoop 2.0. We've already discussed a little bit, so we'll not. This is more of a admin related thing, so I won't go into much of this one. This complete deck is coming from an admin full-fledged Hadoop course, guys. We don't need the whole thing. But here is a slightly more important thing. Oops, back here. Come back here. Okay, me back to the shell. So clear this one, let's say scoop. Scoop help, okay. SQL or OP help. These are the commands and things like that which are available. Let's clear it. And my SQL access is denied. Okay. Okay. So what we'll do is for scoop, we'll more precisely try to go over a little bit of theory and things like that. So take a look at this, guys. If you're looking at this one, this is a little bit of Java code. What happens is, Scoop is a solution which is used for transferring the data from any database into Hadoop and vice versa. If we are getting the data from database, let's say come back here, this here. So imagine, start with this one, we'll put database here. So we'll put this one, cloud here. And now what we're doing is, if we are getting the data from database into Hadoop, that is called importing. If we are getting the data from Hadoop into a database, that is called exporting. So Scoop is a data import and an export tool. What is the problem? We will need to write multiple lines of Java MapReduce code. In other words, those Java MapReduce programs are going to be huge. They're going to be generally lots of lines of code, guys. Okay, so it supports for all RDBMS means all kinds of databases. It gives us support. It is internally again extracting the data parallelly. So it is using internally the MapReduce. So So pig is simple English like commands it is taking. It is converting them into Java MapReduce for analyzing and processing the data. Hive is taking SQL like commands as input. It is reading, analyzing, and processing. So with our eyes, we are analyzing the word. Okay, but what is Scoop? Scoop is not used for analysis. Scoop is used for data transfer, for import and export. Internally, it is nothing but it is taking Linux-like commands as input and converting them to Java MapReduce behind the scenes. It is, so again, because it is using Java MapReduce, the parallelization is automatically taken care of. It is automatic boilerplate code generation, it's generating the Java code. It also supports for Hive import and HBase import. What is Hive import and HBase import? If you recall, Hive is not called the database of Hadoop. Hive is called the data warehouse of Hadoop. Is what it is, guys. Okay, so we can also not only get the data from database into Hadoop and vice versa, we can also get the data from Hive and also HBase. HBase is the NoSQL database of Hadoop. And we'll talk about that, guys. Okay. So Scoop is a data import-export tool, mainly used for getting the data from database into Hadoop. It is the tool to transfer the data developed by Cloudera. Internally generates the MapReduce code, which we just talked about, guys. Okay. These are some of the range of connectors. In other words, these are some of the databases, data warehouses, some of them, but it supports almost everything because it is using SQL like commands internally, guys. Okay. So behind the scenes, what is happening is so this is our database. Orders is our database, our table in a database. What we are doing is when we say scoop import means you're getting the data from database and loading it into Hadoop. That is import. Scoop export means reverse. So what happens is Scoop is internally running the MapReduce. You can say use 4 mappers. By default, it uses 4 map tasks. It probably doesn't have to use the reduce task here, but most of the times it uses the map task for data import. And what is it doing? It is automatically taking care of the parallelization. You can also, if you want to add more map tasks are like our library assistants for doing the first step map step is what it means, guys. Okay. And let's say go one step ahead. Here is MySQL. Now here is a little bit of syntax of Scoop. Say, oops. Okay. So Scoop import, this whole thing is actually one line. The backslash is just telling, hey, we are continuing in the next line. It's a continuation of the next line is what the backslash is telling us, okay? And so Scoop import means from database to Hadoop. Connect, what do we do? When you say import, you need to give the username, the server IP address of the database, the username and the password. That is called the connection string. Here, that is acting like an argument. Next, the table, whatever the table, whether it is orders table, customers table, again, username and password is here. Here we're giving the IP address and the database name. Here we're giving the username and the password. Number of mappers, this is not mandatory. You can leave this one. Target directory, this is where we're importing in Hadoop. It goes to specific directory. You can say, I want to put into a specific directory. So as the name suggests, that is target directory in Hadoop. Everybody with me, guys. Quickest, please. So that's what we are explaining here. So again, selective imports, which is nothing but bringing in SQL. When everything is same, the only change is the query. If you give the table, it will get all the data in the table into Hadoop. Sometimes you just need a partial data. So what do? You say query and give your query here. Select star from where, whatever the condition is, where customer ID equals to 1. Slowly, Connect is IP address, database name. Query is instead of a table, we are giving a query. Niharika. As simple as that. Instead of table, giving a table name, we'll get all the data. Query will only get a partial data. You give query. Username, password is username, password. This is not mandatory. Target directory is where you want it to save it in Hadoop. As simple as that. Okay. Okay. Okay, a few other points to remember about scope. We can do joins. In that SQL query, if you want, you can write a complex SQL query. You can do joins. We have multiple mappers where the primary key is defined. So in other words, scoop will work with the database. It will try to understand what is the primary key. Primary key is something where inside a table, if you have customers information, you may want, you generally maintain an ID column. That ID column. So for example, if you take a group of students, the student ID or the roll number of a student back in school, if you recall, is unique. Two students may have the same name, but they will not have the same student ID or the roll number. It is unique. What is that? That's a primary key. So what Scoop will do is it will automatically work with database. It will find out, it will look at its schema and try to understand what is the primary key. What will it do? It will use the primary key and it will use for transferring the data, as simple as that. If primary key is not specified, most of the processing takes place in reducers. Again, this is more from a Java map reduce. We don't need to worry about it. We can specify the columns according to which splits have to be made. Okay, this is a little bit. If you want only specific columns and if you want to improve the performance and things like that, we'll go into that kind of details. But for us, we're getting the data from a table. We can also write our own queries, guys. Okay, let's see what we have. So again, scoop import means going from database to the target directory is Hadoop. So in other words, let's say choose this one. Going from database to target directory, which is Hadoop. Username we just discussed, query we just discussed. Now what we are doing is we're giving your own condition, your own filter. If you give table here, you'll get all the data. If you say query, you just probably want a partial data, subset of data and things like that. You can leave this one, is what it is. So let's say this is where we are using where clause. So we're using a where inside a SQL. And let's see where column. So now take a look at this, a subtle difference here. You can, instead of using a query, you give the table name here. You can also specify a where like this here, like an argument. Optional parameter, where you can specify a condition like that. Most of the times we'll go by query, guys. We don't need to overcomplicate it and do like that. That's just an FYI is what it is. Everybody with me? Niharika, are you catching the query? Okay, controlling the import. Let's say go one step inside. Scoop will load the data to a directory whose name is same as the parent table name. By controlling import, the target directories are created. So in other words, target directory you give, we can control the directory. So based on the target directory, it will, if you give the target directory, it will save in the directory. We can control the data. You can also just give a parameter called warehouse directory like that. The directory to store all the tables. If you give this one, which means you're telling get all the tables. If you give a parameter like this instead of target directory, which means instead of -- target directory, if you say -- warehouse directory, you're telling scope get all the tables in the database is what it means. Okay, and we can give. So when you're saving the data, if you want, you can have it tab separated. You can have new line separated. The records will be separated by new line by default. The fields, they can be tab, they can be comma, they can be semicolon, whatever that is. Okay, next map column Java ID and string. So at the time of importing the data, you can also specify something is an integer. A column is a string versus an integer is what you can also say. Generally, we don't need to worry. Now here comes a big one, which is append. Append means, imagine, let's say, come back here, back to the database. Let's say here is, choose this one. Here is our table. Let us choose this one. Back here. Here's the table. Let's say there are 100 records here. Cool. There's 100 records here. Now, what did we do on a fine day? We went ahead and imported the data to a file. So let's say, choose this one. We'll call this as a file. And all the 100 records were transferred by Scoop. We imported the data, which means, come back here, there's 100 records of data. Now what happens on the next day? Let us say the size of the data in the database increased. Cool. Choose this one. Another 100 records got added. Now what do they say? We say, now we can say Hadoop's data is out of sync with the database data. What we need to do is we need to get this data, additional 100 records of data, and add it here. So what will happen is, behind the scenes, what Scoop will do is, it will create a new folder. In the new folder, it will add the 100 records of data, is what it will do. It is not that it is going to come back here and add the 100 records of data in the same file. It will actually create a new file. What is it? That is what is append. Append means whenever you have new data coming into a database on a daily basis, what Scoop does is it creates the new folders and adds them there. And all these things are inside another parent folder. So that's how they said that. So that is parent. You can also, if you give a -z option, all these files, instead of text files, they can be saved as zip files, GZ or zip files and things like that. Okay, everybody okay with this, guys? These are some advanced additional operations, guys. But as long as you remember, Scoop is used for getting the data from database to Hadoop, that should be good enough and things like that. Next, Scoop can be used to import, can be used to directly import data from Hive. So now what that means is, put this here, let's say back to the database. Here is, let's say, we'll put the database here. Then comes the world of Hive. And what is Hive? Within our Hadoop. Okay. Within our Hadoop, Hive is acting like a super database, which is nothing but a data warehouse. Okay. So generally what will happen is, if you have the data in a database, you import it. Select this. We import it here. Oh, sorry. I'll give you a break in one moment. Sorry about that. We import the data as a file into the database, and then we leave it there. After that, later, at a later point, other people will come, other developers will come, and they will create tables in Hive. But what we can do using Scoop also is, we can directly import the data into the Hive as a table. And how do you do that? Well, if we come back here, choose this one. And what are we doing? Connect table Hive import. If we say Hive import, instead of saving this table as a file in HDFS and then creating a table, it will directly create a table in Hive, is what it is. Which means from a database, we are directly importing it into Hive, which is our data warehouse. As simple as that. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay. So let's see where we are. 12:15. Okay. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, let's take a short break. 12:14. Maybe of 12:20. Let's regroup and continue from here. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you guys back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay. So let's see what else we have, guys. Back here. So that is Hive import. We can directly save it to Hive. And there are different kinds of parameters. We can put it into the specific directory. By default, I think it will go under warehouse underscore users underscore Hive underscore warehouse is the default home directory, guys. That is generally configured by the administrators. Hive import is used for just importing the data. Hive override. If we give Hive override, it will delete the existing folder and write the data again. Is what that is. Create Hive table. Target Hive table. By default, this property is set to false. Okay. So if the table is already existing in Hive, then Scoop will not import the data. So if you by changing this parameter to either true or false, we can tell Scoop not to create a table. Or if the table to create a table if it does not exist, guys. Most of the time it's if you just do a Hive import, the scope is already taking care of all these things. But we can also explicitly say create Hive table if you want a specific table name. If they within the database it is called as customers in Hive, it will create a table as customers. But let's say you want to give it a different name, you can give your own name here. It can also you can also create partitions. Scoop can also create partitions if needed. Most of the times we create the partitions outside because that requires a lot more looking into. So we just import the table and then we create the partitions, guys. Okay. HBase, we are here to talk about it. It is nothing but a NoSQL database. NoSQL stands for not only SQL. We'll probably spend sometime tomorrow with it. And it can also import the data from a database into HBase. HBase is the stomach of Hadoop, you can think. Hive and Pig are eyes, and HDFS is the brain, MapReduce is the heart, HBase is the stomach of the database. It is the database of Hadoop. Hive is the data warehouse of Hadoop. And what is HBase? Again, it has column families. It saves the data in a column-oriented way rather than a row-oriented way, like traditional databases do. That is what we'll try to understand tomorrow. So we can also import the data into HBase, guys. Okay. Then export is nothing but the opposite. After we process the data in Hadoop, we want to take the data from Hadoop and save it back into a table in a database. That's where the Scoop export. Export is opposite of import, as simple as that. You're exporting from a specific directory into a specific table in SQL, guys. In a database is what it is. So export to Hive. So for export to Hive is also nothing but exporting from database. Generally, the Hive's tables are in this folder. Use Hive warehouse is where it is. So export directly, we give that location rather than any other location, and it will take the data from Hive table and put it into a database table. That is what it is, guys. We can also export from HBase into another database using Scoop. HBase again, we'll save it for tomorrow, guys. Okay. So we'll touch a little bit of HBase tomorrow and try to understand. I'll give you a quick introduction. That should be more than enough, guys. Okay, HBase is more of a Java-oriented stuff for the Java programmers and things like that. And for the scope of our course, that should be good enough, guys. Okay. So today we'll again move on to the Azure 900. And let me bring up my screen here. Back to Azure. Create dedicated host. Okay. Let's say resume this back here. So yesterday we briefly started with the Cloud computing, let's dig a little bit deep into it. So there is a cloud, guys. What is cloud, guys? Imagine, remember the story of a coffee shop. If we want to set up a coffee shop, we don't want to set up a electricity department. We should not have to put up an electricity department or a water department. What is coffee shop? Coffee shop is an IT company. And even an IT company needs an electricity and water and other utilities and things like that. But we should not be setting up those things. More precisely, in an IT company, if you're more of a software company, you want to focus on software. If you're a cricketer, you want to focus on the batting and the bowling. You don't want to focus on how to build a stadium and the chairs and the playground. Leave it to the stadium. What is the stadium? The stadium is the cloud service provider. They're your Microsoft, they're your Amazon, they're your Salesforce and things like that. And that is cloud computing, guys, as simple as that. So in other words, you as a software company, you focus on the software of it, not the hardware of it. All the hardware is going to be given by the provided by the cloud service provider is what it means. So in other words, it's saving us a lot of money. And if you recall, we save a lot of investment in the building, in the floor, in the other kinds of components of the building. So that is investment. The investment is also referred as capital expenditure. We save all that. What do? We just rent it. Whether it is a software or a hardware, you just rent it on the cloud. Everything is online and we are renting it on the cloud. That is what it is, guys. Okay. We can rent the physical servers, we can rent the storage, the virtual machines and things like that. Okay. Then infrastructure, all the infrastructure. We're here to talk about the region services, different kinds of components of cloud computing, load balancer, traffic manager, and things like that. These are different ways how we can build the applications and maintain some good performance. We're here to see them. Yesterday, we just introduced them. Then we talked a little bit about public cloud, hybrid cloud, and private cloud, guys. Okay. Public cloud is nothing but, let's say, come back here. So let's say, here's the mall. In this mall, there is, let's say, a floor, a top floor. In this top floor, let's say, there is, let's say about this one. Let's say here is a McDonald's. And let's say here is maybe, what else we have, guys? Kentucky Fried Kitchen. But here is my favorite, a coffee shop. Cool. Then we also have a restaurant. This is public cloud. We don't have to buy the building. We don't have to build the building. We don't have to build the floor. What's happening? On a single floor, there are multiple restaurants. Each restaurant, each kind of business here, whether you're a coffee, burger, or a restaurant, these are nothing but the applications. And what are they doing? They are renting. They're renting the first floor is what it is. What do? They save a lot of money building these things, and they are sharing. Everything is being shared. Okay. So the physical infrastructure is managed by the Microsoft. Microsoft is the building owner. You have access to the services. It's reducing the costs and it gives us high availability. In other words, if in your coffee shop there is a problem in the restroom, then what do? That's why the building owner is saying, I will take care of it. You don't go and find a plumber outside. I will provide you the plumber. He's saying I have high availability and reliability. What does that mean? I'll provide the plumber in less than maybe 1 hour. What is he doing? He's maintaining a group of plumbers, a group of carpenters, and all those things are taken care of by him. What is that? That is public cloud. That also applies to every business. That also applies to every application. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. And what's happening? Another important thing. Say, come back here. Here is the electricity department. Here is the water department. Let's say, let's put water department. And what are these? These are being taken care of by the building owner. None of these businesses have to take care. They are being automatically provided to the businesses. Okay, and what do? We save a lot of money. That is lower cost, guys. Okay, then private cloud, the physical infrastructure. Let's say come back here. Put this back here. The physical infrastructure is managed by your company. This is when the company wants to own the entire infrastructure, government agency or a financial institution, but you would need to invest in the infrastructure. So in other words, we're taking the building and the room, and what we're doing is it is private. So I think maybe I should have kept that example back here. Start with the building. There is a floor, a top floor where all the restaurants are there. And let's say, here is, what is this? This is McDonald's. Then we had the next one, which is Kentucky, KFC. Then there comes my favorite, the coffee. And then comes the next one, the restaurant. Let's put it here. This is public. So everything is being rented here. But imagine a scenario where we want it to be private, where we are saying, let's say use this one. Here is private. And let's put it on another floor. Choose this one and choose this one. Here's another floor. It's only private for this business. Maybe, what is this one? This is maybe a cloth showroom. They just want everything private for them. They don't want anybody else here. That is completely reserved for them. Or maybe that's a bank. They don't want other kinds of people who are going to the restaurants to be coming here, because they have some very confidential things inside the bank. They have money, they have gold, and they have different kinds of things and so on. That is just kept private to them. That is a private. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Then a combination of both of them is hybrid. So here, let us say, see if we can think of something here. Choose this one. So here is another floor. This is a hybrid where we are saying, I'm going to be here in this floor, and I'm also going to share with a group of other restaurants. This is hybrid. We are using a little bit of private. This area is only for me within that floor. And in this area, you can put the restaurants and things like that. The physical infrastructure, sorry. So we are using best of both sides here. We say, if you can migrate your current work to the cloud, we cannot migrate. Why? Because it's there is some data which is financial data or confidential data. We need to we need to do the processing or saving or storing of this data in our own servers. So that's where we need privacy. So part of it is private, and the remaining part of it is public. That is what is a mix of private and public is hybrid. There are additional costs. So because anytime something is private, the building owner is saying, okay, you want that for yourself only. Then in that case, you pay more money. The green area, the green box is the private box. If you're in private, you're not allowing anybody else. If you need that part to be yourself, then you need to pay more money. If it is public, then we are going to share. If you're not going to share, it's going to be more expensive. Is one way to think of it, guys. Okay, everybody with me? So the additional cost and the maintenance. Quick yes, please. Oops, so I come here. So those are referred as the cloud models, the public, private, and hybrid cloud. Then we have types of services, infrastructure as service. Infrastructure, here, the building owner is giving us all the infrastructure. At a IT level, it is virtual machines. Virtual machine is referred as a infrastructure, physical server. So what is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is also, let's say, come back here. a physical server. Here is a physical server. Let's put it here. Here's a physical server. In a physical server, you can have multiple virtual machines. Let's say I choose this one. In a physical server, you can have multiple virtual machines. So in other words, more precisely, to start with, a physical server will have its own operating system. And a virtual machine is something where it is acting like a machine. So it is taking part of this one. Inside that, it has its own operating system. Let's put in operating system. So this is one physical server with one virtual machine, but what can we do? We can have multiple virtual machines. A second one, a third one, and so on based on the size and the capacity of our physical server. So let's say choose this one more time. So that is a virtual machine. There are 3 virtual machines here. And what is, why are we calling it as a virtual machine? Every virtual machine has its own operating system. Okay, it is acting like a machine inside a machine. It is not a machine. It is not a physical machine, but it is acting like a machine inside a machine. So it is called a virtual machine. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. So what do we generally do? We will create virtual machines to reduce our costs. Without virtual machines, what would we do? We would buy 3 physical servers. The cost is expensive. To reduce the cost, what we are doing is in one machine, we're putting 3 machines or 3 virtual machines, which is nothing but 3 machines are acting like 3 separate machines inside one machine. So that is helping us reduce the costs and share the resources. So instead of keeping one business in one floor, we're having multiple businesses, multiple restaurants in one floor. Thereby, some of the costs can be shared, their prices and expenses will be reduced. And as a result of that, the customers' expenses and will also be reduced. That is the advantage, guys. Okay. In other words, more precisely, the virtual machine is actually referred as an infrastructure, just like a physical server. So what is infrastructure as service? Here, the building owner is saying, hey buddy, I'm going to give you, let's say come back here, I'm going to give you the building, I'm going to give you the floor. And more precisely, let's say come here, choose this one or this one, let's choose this one. And let's say choose this one. Here is McDonald's on the left hand side. Then we have Kentucky Fried Chicken here, which is a question mark. And now this is my business. Coffee and restaurant is my business. What am I doing? I'm putting coffee shop here and restaurant here. So now what is happening is, and then the entire infrastructure. And I'm sorry, I keep looking at this one. I should put that in another one. Okay, you don't need to manage the physical aspects. So what is happening is for each of this one, come back here. So this one belongs to, what is this one? This is McDonald's. Then comes the KFC. What are these? Inside the floor, inside in the top floor, each of these rooms are being allocated. Then comes here. This is my business where I have a coffee and restaurant, and I've set up 2 of them there, 2 applications. So if I come back here, physical server is managed by the Azure means the floor, the room is managed by the building owner. You don't need to manage the building. And let's say for the sake of simplicity, the floor, the room, floor in the room. You only manage the virtual server. What is the virtual server is? Okay, let me put it like this. The floor is managed by the building owner, but the room is managed by you. The room where you're running the business is managed by you. You mop and you clean. Outside that room, it is managed by the building owner. You only manage the virtual server. The virtual server is a room and allows you to quickly provision. So if I want, I'll put a coffee shop here, I'll put a restaurant here, or maybe I'll put a restaurant here and put a restaurant here and a coffee shop, or maybe some other business here. We manage inside the room. And what is each one of them? Inside a virtual server, we have different kinds of applications. In one server, you can have many different kinds of applications. You can do that quickly. So in other words, we don't have to build any of this stuff. So no capital expenditure means you're not buying anything which is related, the building, the electricity and all those things. reduces the operating expense, because not only we are sharing some of the resources with others, we are also, in other words, that reduces a lot of expenses. And you can get access to various computing types. In other words, if from here you want to expand your business to something like this, you need another floor where, let's say, for sake of simplicity, you want to just go ahead and expand your restaurant here and maybe coffee here. You can also do that. Various types of workloads and things like that. So that is infrastructure. So all the infrastructure is being taken care of by the by the building owner. Next comes the platform as service, where now what the building owner is telling is, hey buddy, I'll give you a database also. And in this database, what you can do is you can write your own queries. You don't have to buy a database software from somewhere outside. You take my database as part of this building. I'm also giving you that service, and you can write your own queries. So what is a database? When you download a database, a Postgres database or something like that, you write your own queries. That's a platform. So the not only the infrastructure is automatically taken care of by the building owner. On top of it is giving something else, something like a database. They're automatically set up. There are a few softwares that automatically set up and give it to you. You can write your own stuff. And everything is managed by the building owner, which is Azure. Okay, so SQL database is an example. And he's also saying, if you buy database from outside, if there is a problem, they have to come to your place and fix it. If it is my database, I'll give you a guarantee. If the database, if you find any time it is down, in a matter of a few seconds or an hour, I will get it up. I'll make it highly available. Is what they're also promising. That is platform as a service. Quickest place. Gentlemen, ladies. Okay, software as a service is your Gmails. Now he's coming back and saying, okay, database is power users. Things like Gmail or email, Word, PowerPoint, these also I'm going to give you. Here, you don't write queries, but you use it as it is. You're using the software. When you use the database, you're using the platform, whereas when you use the email and the PowerPoint, you're using the software. So let's see, if we come back here, infrastructure is buildings and rooms. Platform as a service means, in the coffee shop, we refer to it as the database, platform as a service. Okay, for the sake of simplicity, guys, imagine something like this. Let's say, come back here, get rid of this, get rid of this. We'll put the coffee store here. We'll put the restaurant here. What is platform as service is? He's saying there is a wall or the separate rooms. The platform where your coffee. Originally, we were managing it, but now he will take care of the platform. Platform is all the chairs and things like that. Okay, in other words, let's say, so in other words, in the coffee shop, let's say, come back here. Let's say we have one chair here and a second chair here, for sake of simplicity. Now, what do you do? Well, I want to put this chair here. I want to put this chair here. We're modifying it. We're redesigning it. What is it? That is platform. How you put the chairs. They will give you the chairs and things like you redesign it. Okay, originally for a coffee shop, you will get the chairs. Or imagine for the sake of simplicity. But now he's saying, I'm going to give you the chairs, you can change it. That is platform as service. Now, so that is database. Then software as service is, let's see. Okay, software as services, let's say come back here. Let's see if there's anything else here. I think I used up everything. So let's choose this one. Within the coffee shop, what he's doing is, he's giving us a coffee machine. He's giving us a coffee machine. What do? You don't change it. You use it as it is. I'm also going to give you the coffee machine. The coffee machine is a software. If you want coffee, tea, what do? You just click on a button and it's giving you everything. What is it? That is Software as service. Everybody with me, guys. Quick yes, please. Okay, then comes web server, database server. So what is happening? Expenditure. We are saving. We are not buying servers. We are not buying a web server. We are not buying a database server. And we are not buying many things that a traditional IT company will buy. So if you want to set up your own coffee shop, you're constructing a building, you're constructing the rooms, you're acquiring all these things, you're not doing anything. This is called capital expenditure. It is nothing but the initial investment. What we're doing is we're just renting. You pay a monthly rental for the building, for the room, for the chairs, for the whatever you're renting. What is that? That is called operating expenditure. OPEX is what it is called, guys. Okay. So advantage, no capital expenditure, no need to buy the servers, no need of that experience. You pay for what you use. He's also giving you an option. You set up a coffee company. Let's say you want to run it only 4 hours a day. I will even give you that option. The rest of the 4 hours, I will reuse it for something else. By the time you come next day, all your coffee shop will be in its place. When you are done after 4 hours, what I do is not your business. I may use it for another one, but by tomorrow it will be ready for you again. Okay. Shared responsibilities. Again, you're sharing some responsibility with the building owner. And in the matters of, so we need to be slightly careful in shared responsibilities. It's a bit more involved. And I think core services, guys. Okay. So next comes regions. Regions is now he's also promising, hey, buddy, you can not only set up this coffee shop in here, you can also set it up for the customers in US, Australia, and UK, not just in India. So he's giving us different regions. He's giving us more flexibility. What is coffee shop? Coffee shop is our application. What is happening is he's saying, if you build an application, you can open up your application in different parts of the world and you can run it. What is different parts of the world? That is regions, as simple as that. So behind the scenes, what is regions? So each region has a data center. What is a data center? A data center is a group of clusters. A cluster is a group of racks and rack is a group of servers. A group of data centers is generally a region. This is cloud computing. Group of regions, group of data centers is generally cloud computing, guys. Okay. So that is data center. There are multiple data centers. What is happening? He's saying in your coffee shop, if you save any of your data of your customers in your database, he's replicating the data across multiple data centers across multiple regions. Regions is nothing but the same data center. The copy of the data center is maintaining in different parts of the world, so that is giving you a backup of the data. And in case this server, the one data center is down, is able to get the data from another data center. That is what is high availability. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Cool. So each region consists. So group of data centers is a region. Then we have availability zones. These are physically separate locations. Each region has many locations. Physically separate within an Azure region. Each availability zone is made up of, so a zone is a group of data centers and a region is a group of zones. And everything is independent, their power. So if one region owns one data center goes down, there's a backup, there's like a backup there with its own infrastructure. And all these things are being promised and given to us by the cloud guys for mission critical applications. So on the whole, we have 54 regions, 140. That is just an FYI. You don't need to buy hard or anything like that. Then this is the Azure account. Okay, so this is where I think we got that taken care of, guys. Our folks helped today morning. So now what we can do, you come back to your dashboard. Let's say go to dashboard. Well, as I'm doing this, you guys can also go ahead and do this, guys. Just quickly bring up your dashboard. Say login. Sign in. Okay, so here is console app, Azure lab, and you should see a start button here. Any of you logging in? Can you please let me know? When you click on the start, That's when this will open. It will open this dashboard. It will ask you to log in, and your login and password are here. Oops. Like here, come back here. Here is the login ID. Here's the password. Once you log in, do the login and the password, this is what you get. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes. Are anyone of you logging in? Can you give me a quick yes one more time? Sorry about that. Gentlemen, ladies, are you logging in, please? Niharika, okay. Niharika, would you like to come on online? Can you show your screen so that we can do a few steps with you?
Sir.
Okay. Yes or no, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm stopping the share. And let's see where are you? You're here. Make you the co-host. Say yes. Share your screen, please. Good. So now you click on start. Oh, slow here.
Started.
Okay, copy your username and password from the left-hand side. Click on the sign-in link, please. First, copy the login ID. Then later you can copy. On the top, there is login ID. First, you copy that one.
Already there, sir.
Acha, okay. Click on sign-in
We
link.
already logged in.
Very good. No. Okay. Is that yours? Is that what they gave here for this one?
Yes, sir. Take a Azure.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there it is. And that's how you guys need to log in. And let's see what else we have. So you logged in. Now once you log in, let me come back here. Okay. Now for a moment, I'll quickly share my screen one more time and I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let's say share the screen, click on yes. Share the screen, click on yes. Yeah. Okay. So there it is. So what do we have? We have 12 months free. For you guys, you don't need to worry about this one because we'll not be paying. The labs are provided to us automatically. But otherwise, in general, for businesses, there's a 12 months, $200 credit. For the first 30 days, up to $200, whatever your expenses are, they are free. After that, after 30 days, 25 plus services, or in other words, there are about 25 services which will continue to be free. But anything additional other than these 25 services, we will incur the cost, or we will need to pay the money and things like that is what it is, guys. Okay. Generally, we are given, this is the B15VM. These are the virtual machines that we'll be creating. These are the ones which are freely available for the 12 months, and that is the database. And let's see, and these are some other things which are free and things like that. So what happens after we use $200 credit or the 30 days is over? Well, if you cross the limit of $200 in, let's say, 10 days, and you spend $250, the remaining $50 you will need to pay them. The first one is free subscription. Then the next plan or the higher level than that one is pay as you go subscription. So we'll need to pay up for that one. That is what it means, guys. Okay. And again, if you were to sign up outside, because we are using the labs, you don't need to do all these things. But that's why I think we created an virtual machine. And let's see. Now I'm going to stop it, and we'll see if we can ask Niharika, go ahead and share your virtual your stuff, please.
Yes, sir, share it.
Okay. And let's say from here. Watch. Okay, so what I will do is come back here. Fine. Save as. Save this one. Give me one moment, please.
Okay, sir.
The resources, then we have. Azure virtual network. Dedicated hosts. Okay. So I want to come back here. Before we create a virtual machine, I'm going to share my screen one more time. So, sorry about that. There's the screen. Are you seeing my lab resources screen, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So resources, what is resources? They are manageable items. They are items. Resources are, we're going to call them as item. They can be a web application. They can be a virtual machine. They can be groups. They can be disks, RAMs, SQL databases. These are generally referred as resources. These are nothing but the components in our server, components of a server and things like that, guys. Okay. And let's say come here. Move to the next one. Resource groups are nothing but a group of resources, or generally resource groups. We manage the life cycle of resources in a resource group. We'll talk more about them in the coming up days. We briefly discussed about this yesterday. Then we have a virtual network. What is network, guys? Multiple computers, multiple servers are generally connected through wires and things like that. That is nothing but a network. So network is a group of computers connected to each other, but inside a network. So for a building, you'll have not one network. Inside that network, that is a building. You have your own network, and each network has its IP address. And inside the building, there can be multiple floors, multiple rooms. So for each floor, for each room, also we can create a subnetwork that is referred as subnet. Subnet is also network. We have a group of computers in the building. We have a group of computers in the floor, in the rooms. Is subnet, and for each of them, we have an IP address, a private IP address, and a public IP address. Private IP addresses are used to communicate between the building. But if people outside the building want to communicate, then we use the public IP address. So in other words, in our building, ours is a building or a mall. And if anybody within the mall is placing orders, then we use a private door, private address. But if somebody from outside the mall needs to place some orders, then they're placing it on the internet. That is a public IP, is what you can think. Virtual network peering is we can have the communication between the networks. We can see what is there in one network from another network. That is referred as network peering. Pardon me. Again, I'm quickly going over these things because yesterday we spent some time. So now here comes the virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? It's like a machine inside a machine. It acts like a machine, but it is inside another physical machine. A physical machine can have one or more virtual machines inside. Because it is acting like a machine, it is called a virtual machine. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. So it has all the aspects of a physical machine or a server. So check it and let's say put this here. Okay. Next, the virtual machine gets deployed to a virtual network. The virtual network consists of one or more subnets. Okay, we just discussed. A network is a group of subnets. A subnet can be a group of computers. So every time a virtual machine is, when we create a virtual machine, behind the scenes, a network interface is getting created. It is getting associated with a network interface, which is like a hardware device. And what is it? That is what is given an IP address. We can add this. We can add more storage capacity to our virtual machine. And what do? Everything is taken care of by the cloud guys. We just configure it. We can stop it. We can configure the utilization. We can balance them. Those are things we are yet to see and things like that, guys. Okay, so I think that's where we were. So today, what we'll do is we'll ask our Niharika to create a virtual machine here. So Niharika, share your screen, please.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah. And now, let's say in the search box, just type in what, or you can click on virtual.
This one?
And once you click there, you should see, create, click on, have you clicked? Okay, you're seeing create, click on create. Give it a moment. Give any name like VM Niharika or something. Virtual machine name. In region, VM, say Niharika. And in region, give something which is close to, if you search for, there is something called Asia. Scroll down. I think yesterday, Southeast Asia, no? Something which I selected yesterday. No. So go down. There was something close to Sri Lanka or something like that. South India. Choose South India. That's the most closest. We're in South India, right? And no infra. What's it saying? Value does not meet requirements as resource. The field location with the value Asia is denied. Oh. Okay, so these guys are located somewhere else. So because of our console lab, I think they're not allowing us. Let's choose US East. Look for US East. I think that was the default one. Scroll up. Yes, Central is East US. Select that. East US, the first one. Okay. Now availability options. Okay, now we'll leave that as it is. Next, security type, we'll leave it as standard. Scroll down. Just click on security type once. The basic level is okay, good. And let's say next, come out of that. Select Windows Server 2016. Scroll down. In other words, that's a Windows Server. We can select anything else also. 2016. And Azure Spot instance is okay. And in the click on click on the drop down. Let's see what is 2 VPU 3.5 GB. Click on see all sizes. And let's see, there is a cost per month is unavailable, really. Strange. Okay. Based on cost. Okay, scroll up. We will select something which has 2 CPUs and let's say 4 GB RAM. Let's say look for a 4 here. I think it is B2S. Select the B2S. Yeah, select, click on select. Price unavailable, strange, okay. Just say something like admin Niharika or root admin and give your own password.
Okay.
Guys, others can also try to do this while we're doing it, just to get some familiarity. Have you selected the region? Region is selected. Eight GB RAM. We selected 4 GB RAM, right? Select instead of, let's see, come back here. The region. Okay, we selected region. 1V CPU is there. So we'll select 2 GB. Okay, is good. Then you give the username and the password. Make sure you're giving the proper password. It needs to have alphanumeric and things like that. So you can say, just say Niharika admin $123, something like that. Or admin $123, something like that.
Okay.
Okay, then you did allow selected ports, sir. You have to select RDP, okay, so that we can remote into that one. Just RDP is enough. And would you like to use an existing Windows? No, don't do that. We don't have any existing Windows server. Click on next, go to disk. So this is where we're creating a disk. And we can say, select the first one, OS disk type. Instead of premium SSD, select premium HSD, I think. Click on the drop down. Are you there, Niharika?
Yeah, sir.
Select the third one, HDD. And click on encryption. Let's say, I think this is probably new. Maybe we can leave. Default, okay, leave the default.
Okay.
Then let's see, that's it. Go to the networking. I think we can leave the defaults here. Let's see what we have. Virtual network is automatically selected. Subnet is automatically selected. And NIC basic public info on this. Allow selected. Let's see. Basic and allow. The RDP is okay. Then the last two are, if you scroll down, you don't have load balancing, no. Auto go correlated, okay. Boot diagnostics, monitoring. That isn't, wait, you. Wait. Where are you?
Okay, sir.
Scroll up, please. Okay. So you already went into the management and let's see what we have. Okay. Let's say disable the boot diagnostics. We don't need it. This is just a quick one. That's for additional debugging. Enable OS guest. No, we don't need that. And scroll down. Login with Azure AD. Active Directory, no. Enable or no. Automatic by OS updates. Okay. I think you can click on next. Advanced. Go to advanced.
Okay.
Nothing in advance, and let's say yeah, you can just say next. And in tags, put the name as let's say, just say department and HR. Then go to the next one, review and create.
Validation.
Is missing. So somewhere there is a star. Go back to the basics.
Tag name required.
Oh,
I need to delete it.
I'll delete that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Review and create.
Again.
Validation failed. Click here to view details. Click on that one. They gave an arrow, right?
Yeah.
You have set RDP post open. Okay. Click on that. And what does it say? Initiated.
Oh, take my Azure console policy.
Check usage code plus. Wait
Yeah.
1 second. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Take this screenshot of this. Oops. Full screen. Let's take a screenshot. I'm going to send it to the support team here. 1 moment, please.
Okay.
Send us a message to. So come back here, tap here, and come back here. Let's see what is their message. Initiatives text. Click on that. Click on Azure console policy.
This one? Okay. Can I proceed with the Azure account?
Yeah. Taking time. I see. Let me come back here.
Sorry, sir, I got reconnected.
Pardon?
Sir, I got reconnected. That's why.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Did you create the resource group? I'm going to share my screen here for 1 moment.
Okay.
So just have a look at this. I don't know if you created a resource group here. So let's say we'll call this as RG1 resource group 1. You do not have permissions to create. Oh. I take a control screen.
Last time we done like that.
Pardon me?
Click on create new and we have to add the names. In the resource group, we have to create the new.
We have to create it from the resource group is what you're saying, huh?
Yes, sir.
We have to create it separately is what you're saying?
Yeah, we have to do it ourselves. Create
Okay.
new and add.
Okay, go ahead and try it. I'm also trying it at my end. Source group, let me try this one.
Okay.
So call this as RG1. You do not have permissions to create resource groups. Strange. Okay, it's not allowing me also to create the resource groups. It will display create new. Some of us are not getting the create page. That is strange. Access denied. Your resources aren't affected by the issue. We're just having trouble showing this view right now. It's strange. Start with street light. General purpose D service. Continue to create again. General purpose memory optimized, compute optimized. So 7 GB example sizes, fast CPUs, workload types, okay. VM. VM1. It's region is not. It was allowing you to select a region right earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
You were able to select a different region, right? Now it's not allowing me to even select a region. So I don't know.
For me, in the resource group, it is giving that changing basic options may reset the selections when I am changing that resource group.
Okay. So next is, okay, what did you say? Could you please repeat it?
In the resource group, I done like create new and made it new one. It's giving cache and like changing basic options may reset the selections. It's giving indication in the top.
One moment. Lakshmi sent me something just now. Let's see if we can create this thing. Let's go to basics and standard B2MS. B1MS and B3, virtual machine. root admin. Let's go to, so reload this. Are you able to share your screen, Niharika?
Oh, yes, sir. Can I share now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, share now.
Okay, so you gave VM Niharika, virtual machine, and no infrastructure redundancy. Scroll down a little bit, please. Were you able to create a resource group?
Oh, I created it like here.
Yeah.
I given demo first. Okay.
You were able to create, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one moment. Creating virtual.
First it giving cache and then it is accepted.
First it is giving
Indications are can't do changes like
error, huh?
just like pop-up.
Are you saying error?
It's giving cross mark and it's disappearing like pop-up. It's giving just as millisecond. I will show you demo 2. Directly it's taking.
Wow, for me nothing seems to be working. Sign out. Okay, so now if you're able to create, go ahead and so scroll down a little bit, please. Not Windows 10 Pro, select Windows Server 2016. Yeah, select that, scroll down, and let me see. Hold on one moment there. Virtual machine is standard LRS, Western IoT hubs, and these US. And what did you do? Standard _2 vCPU 8 GB RAM. Standard B2MS is what you chose. B2MS is good. You're allowed. Next, let's say allow selected port. Scroll down, please. Click on next. This. You can just select, yeah, standard HDD. And next. And virtual network, subnet, basic allow selected. Scroll down. Next, go to management. Disable. Scroll down, please. Next. Advanced. Next. Just do next. Go back to advanced. It's showing us a red indication, red mark there, red color. Go back to advanced.
1 minute. It's review and created.
You clicked on review, huh? Oh, it's working.
Just, oh, yes, sir. In the basics, we have to give V2MS.
Scroll down here.
Deployment, create.
Okay, subscription is demo 2 is resource group. Virtual machine is okay. Availability, no infrastructure, standard is okay. 2016, Niharika admin, RDP, no. Standard HDD, okay. Scroll down. ఎక్కడున్నావు నేను ఇందాక అడ్వాన్స్ లో రెడ్ మార్క్ చూపిస్తుంది వెళ్ళమన్నాను వెళ్ళవా
అది అడ్వాన్స్డ్ లో ఏం లేదు సార్, జస్ట్ నేను ఇందాక చూసాను, అది రెడ్ మార్క్ కాదు,
ఓకే
నార్మల్ అంటే ఇండికేషన్ చూపించింది అంతే.
Okay, keep going down. Now let's say go ahead and create, click on create. What happens if we select Windows 10? You can select Windows 10, but generally we are creating servers, Revati. There's nothing wrong, you can create that also. This is fun.
Deployment is in progress.
Oh, you're deploying. Okay, good. How come I got there? For me, it's doesn't seem to be working. Needed secure into his password devices organizations. Okay. Settings, finance.
It takes 2 to 3 minutes.
Deployment is in progress, still.
Yes, sir. It will take 2 to 3.
Don't have any subscriptions. Okay. Do one thing, Niharika. On the right hand side where it says Niharika Tech Mahindra Azure, right? Just click on that one. It'll give you a few options. Have you clicked on that? Okay, now right click view account and open it in a new one.
View account. Okay.
Click on new tab. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This comes, hold on. Let's set up. Click on my account.
Click on?
My account.
Sorry.
Click on the drop down my account.
Okay. Sorry. My apps and my groups.
Click on that left hand side icon. The dots are there, no?
Yeah. Add-ins, all apps.
No. Close the, come out of that. Next one is, let's say, go back to a previous screen. Create screen.
Deployment is done. Deployment is done, sir. Completed.
Very good. So now, click on go to resource. Guys, anybody else able to successfully create the virtual machine, please? Can you quickly type in the chat window? Very good, Revati. Navya, good. And let's see. Okay, so now we need to connect, but before we do that, what I want you to do is, let me see, give me one moment here. Here, subscription, let's go back here. Okay, before you say, go in the search resource, in the where there is search, right? Just type in subscription, click on subscription there.
Subscription. Not there.
Okay, in that case, you see the public IP address, right? Put your cursor there on the public IP address.
Copied.
Copy it and then click on connect.
Okay. RDP.
Yeah, you can select RDP.
Okay.
So there's the public. Now click on download RDP file. And
Yes,
open
sir.
the file. Click on connect. Enter your username and password that you entered.
Niharika. Shit. Yeah. Password.
You forgot your password?
I created 2 times. That's why I maybe miss. Shit. Where can you get the password?
Isn't
Can I
it
go?
like
Can I go?
admin $123?
1 to 3. Yeah, you said 1 to 3 that time. Yeah. No, sir. Sir, can I go back and check my that password once? Sir?
Yeah, go back.
So we will create again.
Yeah, we'll take a break in a moment here, Satish. Let's see if take in a minute. So let's say you can go back to, you can just type in virtual machines in the search window. Is that the one you just created?
Yes, sir.
And let's say the subscription is Azure consultant. Okay. Demo 2. You should be able to click on the virtual machine. You created VM Niharika or something like that, right?
VM.
This VM Niharika, you click on that. And okay, scroll down. Wait, let's see if you have your username and password here anywhere. Properties, scroll down. Scroll up. Stats, location, virtual network. How come your username and password is not here? Reading restart, stop capture, open in mobile, CLI, don't need CLI. Let's see, operating system, monitoring, recommendations. Click on monitoring.
Monitoring.
Monitoring. You're seeing it right in center, right? Okay, not needed. Capabilities, recommendations. Strange. You forgot your username and password, Niharika? You don't remember?
I created 2 times. That's why I missed that.
Okay, create another VM.
Okay.
Okay, let's do this. I guess we'll take lunch and come back, Niharika. It's 1:50, 2:30, 2:35.
Okay.
Let's come back by 2:35 and try to continue from there.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Before that, I will create VM.
Yeah, you take your lunch and then create it quickly.
Okay.
Niharika, okay? You can stop. Yeah, you can stop if you'd like. And I'll make you the. Okay, just be there. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Great, thank you. Niharika, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see. Have you tried creating the VM?
Yes, sir.
Can you share your screen?
Okay. No.
Okay, click on yes and proceed, please.
Okay.
Okay, so there you go. You're into the desktop now.
Yeah.
So we have successfully created the virtual machine.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see, come back. What about the rest of you guys? Have any one of you tried creating the virtual machine successfully? Just like mute yourself, Niharika. So created, okay, great. Okay, so let me come back here. No. Send a message. And let's see, restart here. Too many things here. Okay, here we go. So dedicated host. There's a dedicated host. We'll create a dedicated host. And we have the marketplace. Okay. So keep that on. and connectivity. Okay, so back to my screen. I'll share. You keep this on for a moment, Niharika.
Okay, sir.
I will share my screen.
Okay.
Come back here. Say, share the screen. Okay. Sharing my screen now. Say, share. Okay. And this one. So let's see what are Azure dedicated hosts. Dedicated host is a scenario where we need a dedicated physical server. In other words, again, one more time. I think I'll need to stop this. So I share it again. Back to our scenario. See where it is. We are here. Still blank. This here. So here's a building. And what do we have? This is a service that gives you a physical server as a resource. So in a building, here's, let's say, back to a floor. And we're taking this complete floor in a dedicated way. We want the complete floor. We don't want anybody. We want to put up a, let's say, a coffee shop here. Or maybe something else. This is only for us. The entire floor is only for us. Nobody else will be sharing anything and things like that. So this is even more expensive. This allows you to host one or more virtual machines on physical server. In other words, inside that, you may want to create 1 room, 2 room, 10 rooms. That's up to you. All this is only for us. We will create whatever we would like and things like that. So these are the different rooms, and in each room, again, we may have 1 or more businesses, applications, and things like that running. Okay, the advantage is that no other customer can host their VMs on physical server. It's like saying, hey, all these are our business, my business. I don't want a McDonald's or I don't want a Burger King there. I just want my coffee shop and restaurant there in this server. Okay, so ideally what will happen is in this one, okay, so get rid of this, get rid of this. In this floor, back here, this is given to us. This part is given to us, the green one, but the rest of it can have more businesses. This is where, so in other words, in this server, which is a blue box, we are sharing a part of it and we are giving it to others. In a dedicated server, we're not allowing it. We want that complete to be ours. The complete thing is only ours, only is what it is that is dedicated to it. The physical server is dedicated to us. This provides a hardware isolation at the physical server level. So we are getting a much more, in other words, it's only isolated for us and we only have access to it. You also get control over the maintenance events that get initiated by the Azure platform. In other words, Azure is periodically updating, making some changes, fixing their own bugs and things like that. So if it's a public one, then they may be making the updates behind the scenes, and sometimes those updates may have an impact on your application. If it's a physical server, then they're not going to come here and make any update without our permission. They will give us a chance to control this. We can stop their automatic updates and things like that. Is what it is. So let's say what we have here. Okay, so now back to what's your name? Niharika, share your screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Go back to your dashboard.
Okay. I'm in dashboard.
And on the search, in the search, go ahead and search for, type in dedicated. No. Minimize this one. This is RDP.
This one.
Yeah, minimize that one. No, minimize the entire thing. The RDP. RDP and what you logged into this remote desktop. Yeah.
If I can just get 1 minute. I need to come to
No, blue
my
rectangle.
own mission. Okay.
That one. Okay, now you're back onto your machine. Now, if you go back and
Yes.
click on the search window on the top, just type in dedicated there.
Search for dedicated. No.
Ekkada paina type in dedicated on the top.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, you
It's
should see. No, wait. Dedicated host on the right side, marketplace. You see a dedicated host.
Yes.
On that. So dedicated hosts are more expensive guys because we're taking a complete physical server, is what it is, something to be kept in mind. Select your resource group. And okay, and then instance details, just say, give whatever name, say dedicated host, right? Say something like DH or something.
Okay.
DH1, leave the to US ceased, and host group does not exist in the resource group location. Create new host group. Is that really required? Let's say. Nothing is stuck. Okay, automatically replace the host on failure. Click on disable. And it says select that drop down where it says a host group.
This one?
I said select the drop down.
No, I will let
Okay. No, will not create a host group. Always click on next. Click on next. Okay, back to basics. I think it's expecting the resource group. So in other words, more precisely, we'll not create this one because dedicated host will incur costs and things like that. It's more expensive. So for now, we'll not create it, but this is how we created. That's what I wanted to show. Okay. Let's see next one. What I want to do. Dedicated hosts. Create a host group. Okay. Now. Go back to your search window and type in marketplace.
Marketplace.
Click, select the marketplace. Click on OK. Type in WordPress. WordPress. So these are all the other applications which are available in the marketplace. So what people do is, what companies or businesses are doing is, they develop their own applications. So we'll select, just select WordPress, not server. WordPress on Windows Server 2016. Is there something like a WordPress on Windows Server? Just type in WordPress, look for WordPress Windows Server 2016. WordPress on Windows Server. Scroll down a little bit. What is our free WordPress there? Virtual machine. So these are all. So if you select the free one there, WordPress software plan starts free. Scroll down.
Server 2019.
Server 2019 is there. Scroll down a little bit. Let's see what's the price on that.
Nothing.
Your own license, I see. Secure WordPress on Ubuntu, app service, and things like that. So let's say what we'll do is select the select that one, Windows Plus with Windows 2019. Want to deploy automatically, so programmatically. So if we create this, we'll probably ask us to create the virtual machine and which the WordPress is automatically installed, which we don't want to create now. Click on plans and pricing. What is this one? Okay, 2019. What we just what is it? Plan. Start with the preset configuration. Let's say go ahead and create it.
Okay.
And just give another name. Select your resource group. Okay, it's asking to create a new one. I think they cleaned it up probably, or that's okay. Give something. It's a resource group, right? Just give it something like RG so that you recognize it. RG1, RG2. Lab not started. So started. Okay, give any virtual machine name. Follow the same process. Continue. Quickly, please.
Okay. ES2 or ES?
US East is okay.
Standard WordPress Gen
1. Click on see all images. Again, the same thing, Windows Server, VM. Windows Server Virtual Machine Images. Red Hat, TBM, scroll down. You can select anything here, most preferably the free ones. But let's say, scroll down, please. Keep going down. Operating system, Windows Server. Okay, go back, close this one. Okay, give your in see all sizes. What did we select earlier? The see all sizes. Next one, see all.
Yeah. Windows Server.
Your select.
I haven't selected anyone.
Close this,
Can I select?
please.
Can I select Windows Server?
No, close it. Go back.
Okay.
There, select the CO sizes. No, that is
Size.
image.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Sorry.
And let's say B2 MS, I think is our thing. Select the one on the top, first B2S, not B2 MS. Yeah. Click on select. Give your username, password. This time, make sure you don't mess up. Remember your stuff.
Last time password is same, sir, but username I'm given something. Okay.
Okay, complete the rest of the thing.
Yes. Same. Boot diagnostics I am disabling, sir. Same like before.
Yeah.
Same name and value. Perfect. Uniform.
Delete the second one. Delete the second one.
Not option is not there.
Unselect that. Unselect that. Just say select. Click on select all, so that should remove everything. Oh, you did the reverse.
It's already.
Okay.
It is select all.
Okay.
Resource Niharika was disallowed by policy.
What is it?
Resource
Resource-
Niharika disallowed by policy. This one.
Hold on one moment. It's not allowing me to create. The policies are coming in between. Windows 2019. Okay. No. And in that case, I will come back here. Look at this one. Network security groups. Then we have VM connectivity. Okay. In the meantime, try to go back to your previous.
Okay.
Let's do this one. And let's see. Okay. So in that case, what we'll do is let me come back here. Let's see if the tech team will help us here. I'm going to share my screen again. In the meantime, you go back to your previous screen, Niharika, and let's see what we have. So network security groups, what are they? They're used to control the traffic into a subnet or virtual machine. In other words, a virtual machine is our store, is our coffee shop. And who comes into it, who doesn't come into it, we're doing a little bit of controlling. That is what is security group. It consists of rules for inbound and outbound traffic. So into our coffee shop, they come in from one door and they go out from one door. Traffic within a virtual network is automatically allowed. So within virtual network means within anybody who's coming into the mall is automatically allowed. We need to explicitly allow the traffic from the internet, which means if somebody is coming from outside our building, then we need to give them permission. What that means is, here is a VM, guys. Before I proceed, gentlemen, ladies, everybody doing okay there? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Have you all been trying to create a virtual machine? One more time, can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay. Okay. And we just now tried to create a virtual machine with WordPress. So if I come back here. So what Azure Marketplace is, guys, is something like, here is the Azure Cloud. In the Azure Cloud, they already have a WordPress. Where is this? It's already, they already created a virtual machine. There's a virtual machine. Now, rather than we creating a virtual machine and adding our own WordPress or any other kind of applications, what we can do is we can select this one, this virtual machine, and as we add it, we are automatically getting this one. So what is this one? This is called an image. Everybody guess? So a lot of people, they put together a lot of these applications and they create these images somewhere on the cloud. Others can directly add them. Some of them are free, some of them are commercial and things like that. So what we are doing is we are even saving the time of creating a virtual machine and adding all these things. For some of the applications, a lot of configurations need to be done. A lot of customizations need to be done. So these are all the things which are in the images. Niharika, are you understanding that? How about everybody else? Are you catching the point, guys? Quick yes, please.
Last point related to
You
this
didn't
one.
catch Niharika?
Last point, sir. Taking it from
In
virtual
other words,
machine.
what's happening is it's these other vendors or or other people, they create these images here. So what we can do is we can copy. You can copy that entire image and paste it here. You're copying it and kind of then you're creating it from here. One moment, sorry about that, guys. Okay, sorry about the interruption, guys. I will probably take one other interruption here in a moment. But Niharika, did you catch that? Everybody else, oops, sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Got it.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. So, Niharika, sorry about that one more time. Did you catch that?
Yes,
Did you
sir.
understand each part of it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to the next one. So there is the network security groups, guys. It's nothing but they're allowing the traffic. Imagine we create a virtual machine. Behind the scenes, a network service and interface is getting created, which is given a private IP address and a public IP address. Think of it like a two doors, where one is for all the people, internal traffic, and one is for the external traffic. External traffic is nothing but the traffic which is coming out from the internet and so on. So what we need to do is we need to give permission so that the traffic from the internet is allowed inside our is allowed the access to our virtual machine or the applications. And for that, what we need to do is we need to create a few rules. Each rule has a source and a destination. This can either be an IP address or a CID or block, CIDR block, service tag, or application security group. You define the port numbers for the rule. You define the protocol. You decide whether to allow or deny the action. So all these things are nothing but the properties which we'll see in one moment. So now come here. What we'll do is deploy virtual machine. We have deployed a virtual machine. Allow RDP and HTTP traffic. What is RDP traffic? RDP traffic means you should be able to remote desktop. RDP stands for remote desktop protocol. What now Niharika is doing is she's doing RDP. And let's say back to Niharika.
Sir, can I share?
Yeah, please share.
Sorry, validation is not passed.
Pardon me?
Validation is not passed. It is failed. WordPress.
This is the previous virtual machine you created. Earlier you created one VM, right? Is this the same one or this is a new one?
New one, sir.
Why don't you do this? Go back to advanced. Click on advanced. Why is it complaining? And let's see, scroll down, please.
Okay.
It doesn't give you anything, right?
Hmm.
Doesn't give you any. I think this is because we are creating a different Windows Server 2019. Okay, that's the reason. So you close this off. Click on the text on the right hand side. We'll go back to your previous virtual machine. Click on that, and now close this. In other words, click on home. You see the home, right? Or you can go back to the search box and just type in virtual arm. There you go. I think the first virtual machine is which one you created? Is it VM Niharika demo 2?
Demo, sir.
Is that the one which worked?
Yeah.
You did RDP into? Click on that.
This already created VM. This is VM, sir.
Then go into click on that. Now what you do is copy the IP address. Okay. If you copy the IP address, open a new tab.
Okay.
Paste it into it.
It's running. Right.
So in other words, we're not able to access it. Why is that? That is because we have not given the permission for the internet traffic. That is why we're unable to access it. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. If you're following,
Yes.
Niharika has done a remote desktop protocol. See, she remoted into the server after creating the virtual machine. But what's happening is from the internet, we are not able to access it, is what is going on. Vinay, Suresh, and everybody else, are you guys following it? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, so now go back to the VM. And let me come back here. Machine public IP. Okay, so now what we'll do is we need to give the for which, let me come back here, make sure. Allow selected ports. Okay, so what you need to do is we need to connect start. We need to go back, scroll down a little on the properties. Host group is none, availability and scaling, and somewhere here we should see the public inbound ports where we allowed the RDP. Do you notice RDP here? Any RDP? Just do a search on Control F RDP. Just type in Control F and do an RDP. What are you doing?
Nothing, sir. Control F on RTP.
Don't click
This
on
one?
connect.
Okay.
Wait, no. Acha, you did Control F there. Or scroll down. Somewhere here you should see something like public inbound ports. Just do a Control F and ports. We should be able to edit the properties here. Open in mobile, capture, stop, restart, delete, refresh. What I'm doing is, instead of creating another one, we'll just try to edit this one. Let me see. Create virtual machine. Allow selected ports. Did you do a control F on port here anywhere?
Control F.
Control F and do click on search for port, PORT.
Yeah. No, here not.
Where is it?
No, it's
Your port,
showing
it's
an
just
export.
it shows it. Go into monitoring.
Monitoring. Okay.
So I guess we may need to create the new the tags. We're able to edit the tags there. Wait. And DNS name, resource group, subscription, okay. Public IP, virtual network, JSON view not configured, CLNPS. Okay, monitoring is not helpful. Capabilities, go to capabilities, please.
Okay.
Lavanya says, I have created the VM on the got passed. Very good, Lavanya. Keep it up. And capabilities, security, insight, disaster. Scroll down a little bit. Is there a, that's it?
That's it.
Then in that case, do one thing. Create a new virtual machine with Windows 2016, just like this one. And don't create it. Just fill up the fields.
Okay.
Come to that stage. Allow selected ports.
New VM only, sir.
Let's see. Give me one moment. Download the RDP in order to. So, oh, no, we don't need to. What we need to do is, it is not in the VM, it's actually in the networking. What you do is, back to your search window. In the search box, type in networking. Click on networking. Networking. We're getting multiple of them. Windows Server. Inbound. Where were we? You were in the thing. Here's RDP. From that, you need to go into the networking. For me, it is not allowing the permission. Some problem happened, so that's why I'm not able to run at my end. But let's see. This is your screen. You need to get into networking. Click on that VM again. Let's see if there is anything called networking here. There's networking. Click on that. Okay, so now what is happening is the RDP port is automatically added if you're noticing. Okay, now what we'll do is you should see an ad or a, this is inbound rule. Click on the outbound port rule.
Inbound or outbound?
Networking, click on the outbound.
There it is. Inbound. Okay.
Okay, go back to inbound. And now add a new rule. There should be an option here where it says add inbound rule. Now here, source port ranges, let's say we give the first one, select service tag. Source select service tag. And internet. Oops. Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, then this service tag internet, and the next one. Source port ranges, you can leave it as there's nothing like so you can leave that as star.
Okay.
And this is custom. Then the destination port ranges is given as 8080, which I think may make sure 389. 3389, that is for internet, right? Okay. Let's say modify the destination port ranges to be 3389.
Done, sir.
And priority is, I think, scroll down, please. Scroll down. Priority, let's say, give it as 100. And port is 33, port underscore 3389. Oh, this is for RDB, my bad. This is, we already have the RDB, don't we? We have the RDB. So modify that to 8080. Sorry, leave that to 8080. Or this class. One moment.
Here, priority.
100 and port underscore 8080. Yeah, that looks good. Now let's say come back here, add the inbound route. Service tag internet 8080. Change that to port underscore 80. Not 8080. Change that to port underscore 80, and on the destination port range also change it to 80.
Change it, sir.
80, not 8080.
Okay.
Only 80.
80. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now click on it. Hey, port underscore 80 should also be 80.
Oh, sorry.
Click on it. Okay. Now it's creating security rule. Now go back to your remote desktop, which is below. So, oh no, action is denied. Why is that denied? Come back here. Go back.
It's allowed. First one, 100, port 80.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're good. I was looking at the last one. And now go back to the remote desktop protocol. And now what you need to do. So I think there is a server manager. See where it is. Where you see, there it is. In this one, there's a dashboard. And what we need to do is we need to add features. What's new? We need to add IIS into this one. Add roles. Server manager. Okay. We need to bring up the server manager. So in the start, click on start. Click on the start here on the left-hand side bottom. Start left-hand side bottom. Start and Windows icon.
Windows, okay.
Okay, this select server manager.
Yeah, same.
Then let's say, you're reading this one. So, sorry, server manager. Okay. Server manager, and let's say we just need to add, click on manage.
Manage.
Add server file storage. So scroll down a little bit. Where are we adding Here we're adding the file storage and services. Select file storage and services. Dashboard. Destination.
Manage this 1 minute.
Yeah, maximize that.
Okay.
And
This
we're getting manageability. Strange. These are the servers, filters. Go back.
Okay.
Add roles and features up. Add roles. Add roles and features. My bad. There you go. Yeah, features. I'm looking for programs from that time. Click on next.
Next.
Next is role based. Okay, that's okay. Click on next.
Okay. Filter.
And VM1 seems to be good. Click on next. File storage and services. Then below you should see something called web server IIS. Click on that. Okay. Now add features. Click on add. So yeah. Click on add. And click on next. Then you come to features and let's see. Select 4.6. 4.6 is selected. And enhanced storage is selected. 2 out of 7 is installed. Okay, 4.6 is selected. Expand the 4.6 where it says .NET Framework 4.6. There's an icon there. Wait, you also have ASP.NET 4.6. So just select ASP.NET 4.6 also. Then click on next. Okay. So that is a web server. We are now, yeah, click on next. Anything else is needed here? I think HTTP logging is there. Static content. Okay, click on next.
Yes.
Click on next and say install. Okay. Is it still installing? It's installation. Okay. Let's give it a moment.
Installation succeeded. Sir.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute and I was talking. Click on close, Niharika.
Okay, sir.
Now bring up Internet Explorer. On the left hand side below, there's an Internet Explorer window. Left hand side below. And in the URL, just type in localhost.
Localhost. Okay.
Click on OK. Sorry, yeah. Expand that, maximize that, and just type in localhost. Take out that question mark.
It's not.
Okay. Localhost, one word.
You are about to view pages.
Localhost is one word, not two words.
Okay, okay.
What do you think?
Oh, it's going back automatically. Oh, I see this.
Okay. So now minimize the RDP. And where you go back to those where you type the IP address, refresh that one.
Okay.
Okay, so now we are able to see this one.
Yes.
Okay, so what is this one? This is what we mean by by adding a rule. We are allowing the people to come into our store from the internet. And for that, we needed to add the IIS. So IIS is like an application we are exposing to the world. Most of the times it's a web service, web applications. This is how they expose it. Are you catching it, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about others, guys?
Yeah.
Can you give me a quick yes if you're catching it? Okay, so let me come back here. Let me share the screen. Share it. Okay, so what did we do just now is we created a virtual machine. So if you recall, let's say this is the virtual machine that VM that Niharika has created. And there was one rule, RDP. Let's say this one is an RDP rule. We have added an RDP rule, rule which was allowing the RDP, which allowed the access to RDP. But later, what we did was we just installed the IIS and we added another inbound rule, which is internet rule for the port 80. And what that is doing is when we added that one and then we went ahead and installed. Let's say, what did we do? We installed the IIS. That is the IIS that we installed. Now what's happening is from outside, people are able to access that application. So from the internet, people are now able to access this one because of this rule, the port 80. And for RDP, we added 3389 that was automatically added when we configured the virtual machine. Everybody with me, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay, see chat window. Bring this here. And let's see now, back to the port window and security rule. Okay. Next one, slightly deeper, skill set. And let's say come back here. So deeper. So where we are. Okay. So back to resume. So next one is a slightly heavy one, guys. Let's see if we can simplify this. The next topic is scale sets. It allows you to scale your infrastructure based on demand. What is scaling? Well, imagine we open a web application. Let's say there are 3, 10, or maybe 50 or 100 users coming. most of the times any applications will be able to handle that. Your web servers, your IS applications or web servers, your database servers will be able to handle it. But you imagine you created a very popular website, and let's say there are hundreds and thousands of users around the world, people around the world are hitting your web server, then what will happen is that will cause a lot of stress on the web server. The web server may not be able to handle that many requests, or it might become too busy, and it might be unable to handle. That is what we mean by scaling. Generally, what we do is we try to add another server and add another server to scale it. So that is what is scaling set. Infrastructure scale out. We'll try to understand what is scale out and scale in. It can be applied to web applications as well. So in other words, here is a scenario. What happens if the virtual machine can't handle load? Which means if you have one or two users, less number of users, our servers are able to handle. But when there are too many, it's like saying, imagine you have a coffee shop and let's say there are 10 or 50 people, 10 people coming in 1 hour. You will be able to make the coffees, 10 people is okay, 20 people is okay. But what if 100 or 1,000 people are getting ready? Well, in that case, one coffee shop will not be enough is one way to think of it, guys. Okay, so what do we do? So this is our web application. What is happening behind the scenes? This is our virtual machines, which is running, which run our the web servers. And what we have is, here is a virtual machine. We have web application, which is sitting on a virtual machine. And what's happening? Lots of users have started coming in. Now, load on the application has caused the CPU utilization to go beyond 70%. So in other words, most of the time, the CPU on that server is touching 70%, which means the more it's almost touching its highest performance. And what can happen is we might run into issues and things like that. So what do we do? Well, that's where, so I come here. We can add more virtual machines. What do we do? You don't add, Azure will add it for you. How will it add? It will automatically add it for you. You can tell it, hey, when a virtual machine hits a 70% utilization of CPU, add another virtual machine automatically. So what is it? This is called scaling out. Let's say, imagine what we are doing is, so let's say if we come back to our scenario, let's say, get rid of this, get rid of this. So now what we're doing is start here. For the sake of simplicity, let's take this one. Here's a floor. And what's happening inside this floor, guys? We have put in a coffee shop here. So back to the coffee shop. Back to the coffee shop. And what's happening? 10 to 20 people are coming. No problem. But suddenly we got very popular. And now 50 to 100 people are coming. So imagine what we're going to be doing is, we're going to be back here. We're going to be opening another coffee shop. Okay, what is happening? The cloud is automatically giving us another room. And what we are doing is, we are telling the building guy, the building owner, hey buddy, if at all I'm getting more than 70 people in 1 hour, I want you to set up an exact copy of this one here. So the building, the owner of the building is setting up, he's setting up the coffee shop and things like that. What do? You serve coffees, as simple as that. What is this? This is like another virtual machine with our application running in it. And the more and more users are coming in, more and more the shops are being set up by the building owner, which is nothing but the Azure. What is it? This is called scaling out. You add store 1, store 2, coffee 1, coffee shop 1, coffee shop 2. Whenever there are more than 70 people are coming into one thing. Okay, everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Okay, so let's do one thing, guys. Let me stop the share. Please take a 5 to 10 minute break. Let's continue, come back and we'll continue from there. Everybody okay? Thank you, guys. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes? Pardon me. Okay. So we're now telling the billing owner, which is Azure, if the number of people who are coming into our coffee shop is exceeding 70 people in an hour, then we are saying, give me an exact setup, which is exactly like this. Give me another coffee store by the side of mine. And what do? We have the same requirements. Even in there, if there are more than 70 people, then make another copy. So 70 people per hour are going into the first store, second store, automatically another one is getting created. Now, that is not a small thing. That is what is called scaling out. You're increasing the number of VMs or the coffee shops, guys, okay? But let's say at some point of time, a lot of people were coming in and suddenly the number of people are coming down. Then what do? CPU. In other words, the number of coffee shops, the amount of work is getting reduced. So what do? In that case? Remove the coffee shops immediately. So fall back to only one coffee shop so that we can save the resources. What is this? This is called scaling down. Okay, so the service allows you to create a set of identical virtual machines. So these virtual machines are getting created automatically. They allow you to scale on demand. Scale means increase and decrease. That's also referred as elasticity. On demand, as the number of requests are increasing, number of customers are coming in, it's automatically increasing and automatically decreasing. It adds an element of high availability to the infrastructure. So if one of the coffee shop is down, automatically another one is coming up. You can place the machines and the scale set behind either a load balancer or an application gateway. So we're yet to talk about the load balancer and application gateway. And let's say we'll create a scale set and log it into an instance in the scale set and use a load on the instance. Okay, back to, let's say, come back to Niharika. Can you take up another task, please?
Yes, sir.
Share your screen. And go back to create a new VM. Go back to the search window and type in scale set. Scale space set. And virtual machine scale set. Select that. Okay, click on create. Then give your, let's say, Niharika scale. And for the operating system, we'll select subscription is okay, VM scale, region is okay. Select give the resource group. Again, it's asking, strange, it should give you an existing one.
It will give.
Okay, just create a new one.
Okay.
Oh, is it giving you the drop down? No, okay.
Yes, it will.
Okay, yeah, if it's giving, then you can select the thing. That's what I was asking. So virtual machine, just say Niharika scale or something like that. And somewhere it should be asking operating system after this. Scroll down, leave the rest of the things the same, scroll down. Orchestration mode, Windows Server. Instead of Windows Server 2016, let's give Ubuntu. Select Ubuntu Server 18.04. That should be good. Gen 2. Is there something like 18.04 LTS? Yeah, that is LTS, right? Okay. And let's see, next, the 8 GB RAM.
Sir, for this, I have an issue with the Ubuntu means my command prompt is not opening, sir.
Your command prompt is not opening up.
There is an issue with command prompt. There is a name. I mean, there is space in the name, admin name.
In your admin name? In your admin name, there's a space. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's say Ubuntu standard. Okay, we'll leave that. Price is unavailable. And authentication instance password. Click on password and give a username. Your password, anything you like. And there should be something like an instance count, right? Create virtual machine scale set. How come I don't see instance count here? Suresh, you turned on your video, buddy. Okay, typed in up. Scroll up a little bit. Let's see if there's something called an instance details, Ubuntu server. And see all says is okay. Scroll up uniform, flexible, achieve high availability, optimize for large stateless workloads. Okay, scroll down, click on next. Next, go to this. And yeah, we'll choose the HDD. Encryption, we'll leave the same. Scroll down. Create and attach new disk. I don't think we need to. Go to the next. It's not giving an option for the number of instances. I'm surprised. Okay. Virtual network and okay. Next. Oh, wait. Scroll down, Amma. Keep going down. Let's check everything. Use the load balance. Right now, no. Click on next. Instance count, change it to 1. And here we're saying manual. Configure the order, manual and custom. We'll leave it as manual. Balance across availability zones. Okay, go to the next. Oops. Management. Enable with in manage store account. Enable with custom storage. Managed is okay. Go to the next. Auto scale. Go back to the scaling. Scroll down here. That's it, right? Default balance across. What you do is in the drop down, scaling policy, newest VM, oldest VM, balance across zones. Okay, we'll leave that okay. Auto scaling is not given here. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Okay, that's okay. Back to health. And let's see what we have. Enable, not necessary. Next. Advanced max spreading, fixed spreading, enable scaling beyond 100 instances. Are you able to uncheck that? Enable scaling beyond?
No.
Okay, that's disabled. Okay, go to the next tags. They changed this one. Public IP address is off. Management. Virtual network, default subnet. And that's okay. Don't create anything for now. Don't create a tag. And just say review and create. And let's say resource group, we have given region, image is Ubuntu, then standard B2MS, security type, Azure Spot, okay, oh, still creating the validation failed, and where does it give you an indication? Scroll down. Oh no, just click on that view details. Oh. Scale set, so it doesn't, pardon me. Hold on one moment, let me control print screen this. I send it to the folks here. Scale sets. Okay. Back here. Okay, so it's not allowing us to create the scale set. It doesn't look like we have many permissions here. TM Techem Azure console policy. Shoot. And let me see. Back here, let me go and see if anybody joined from the tech support team. Arvind or anybody have any one of you joined, guys, from the tech support? Let's see, how about others, guys? Have any one of you tried creating the scale set successfully? Let me know, keep me posted. And let's see, download, let's scroll down a little bit. Initial instance count is 1. From same error, okay, you're also getting OS disk type. Use managed disk, ephemeral OS disk, virtual network interfaces, load balancing is no. Here we have load balancing is no, which should be okay. That's what we want to test here. Upgrade mode is manual. Scroll down. Proximity placement group, spreading algorithm. Yeah, scroll down. Okay, I think what this is let's say back here. Come back here. So we're at here. Not able to create a scale set. Okay. Create 2 virtual machines. Okay. Open another window, Niharika, and try to create another virtual machine with Windows Server 2016 server, just like VM that you created. Keep creating another one while we'll do a little bit of multitasking here.
Sir, for that, I need to log in again from the account.
No, you don't need to log in again. You just open a new window.
Closing.
Open. If you say open a new tab, it will open another window, right? You keep this window as it is, and yeah, there you go. In this one, create the virtual machine just like we created Windows Server 2016. One moment, please. Very good. Okay, so Lakshmi, this is another scenario, just in case you're there. The virtual machine skill set is, why are you creating a virtual machine skill set? You should go to home and create a new virtual machine, Niharika. In the new window, create a virtual machine skill set. So VM is one, create virtual machine. So Lakshmi, the virtual machine skill set scenario is not working. Okay. Getting the Azure policy. I don't think they have the permission or something like that. So that needs to be.
So it's not working for anyone?
Pardon me?
It's not working for anyone?
Yeah, no, it's not working.
All right.
Yeah. But in the meantime, I'm going ahead with another scenario so that they can look at it behind the scene. We don't have to stop that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. The tech team should join anytime right now. Naveen.
Okay. Sounds
good. Yeah. I'll be here. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Same error. Yeah. And yeah, select all the same settings, and what we'll do back here.
Sir, both HTTPS and RDP both need to allow.
Yeah, you can give both of them. Oh, wait, HTTP 80, not 443.
80. Yeah, tags. Can I add?
Yeah, you can just add a department, whatever we added earlier.
Done.
Okay, this is the second VM, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you give as the name of this one?
Test 3 resource group name.
Okay.
Niharika is a virtual machine.
Okay, the first one VM name was VM, right?
First one, it is yes, VM, sir.
Okay. So while that is coming up, let me know when that comes up, and let me just make another small change here. Dedicated host will
Okay. Sir.
Yeah. So is it done? Okay. Now what we'll do is say come back here. Okay. So we want to we've already opened the HTTP port on the VM1, right?
HTTP port.
Go back to your
Already.
machines.
Go back to
Virtual machines.
already created one.
No. Click on virtual machine. Go back to home.
Okay.
And which one is the latest one you created?
Niharika.
Okay, so in this one, connect to this one and install IIS on this one, just like we did a few moments back.
Okay.
You need to go to add roles and features. I think it automatically bring up the server manager. Just give it one moment.
Okay.
Come back here. Okay. Okay. So Lakshmi, I don't think I need you here if you're specifically waiting for me. If you have anything else, you can go ahead and log off. But you can just tell them that we were unable to create a scale set is what you can convey to them. The screenshot that I forwarded, maybe if they can look into it, you can just convey that to them, Lakshmi. I don't need you. I don't think you just need to.
So what I'll do is Karthik will be joining anytime now. Okay, so if he joins, then he will talk to you on this part.
Okay, sounds good, Lakshmi.
Okay, thanks, Naveen. I'll just go off. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi.
Hi, Lakshmi. Hi, Naveen. Arvind here. So Karthik from our team has joined. You can just, show us the error. Extremely sorry for what has happened. But let us, fix it over the call only. Just, show us what is the error and Karthik will fix it right away.
Okay, sounds good.
Karthik, over to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you.
So, Niharika, can you go back to that screen where we had the scale set?
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
Minimize the RDP. You can just say connect to, yeah, that's okay.
Mm.
Did you close that window where we had that error?
Yes, that one, we already closed that one. We need to create again. Because it is not deployed, it is not able to open it.
Okay, try creating another skill set. And Karthik, by any chance, did you get the screenshot that I sent you? Karthik, are you there, buddy?
I'll
Yes,
answer.
yes, I'm there. I'm there.
Karthik?
Yes, yes, I'm there. Can you please? Yeah.
We are trying to create another skill set, but I'm just wondering if you already got the screenshot that I sent you.
Okay,
If you can have a look at it, maybe that might pour some light.
Okay, now we can try that one. Okay.
Hey, Niharika,
Yes, sir.
go back to the basics and create a Ubuntu server 18.04, not a Windows Server 2016.
Okay.
Change the Windows, change the operating system to Ubuntu Server 18.04 LTS.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Remaining all
Remaining should be okay.
password type.
Instance count, right? Okay, but I think we'll get later. Yeah, go to the next. This.
This is it should be. Next.
Manage this and let's see. Auto scale is disabled right now. Application gateway. So somewhere we have choose load balancing options. Configure virtual machines.
Next one, I think.
Hold on one moment. You're in the click on the advanced below. Scroll down. Use manage disk is okay. And create and attach new disk, alter disk. Scroll up, please. Run this. Okay, go to the networking. And new skill load recommended. Okay, then network interface basic is off. Create new NSC. Use load balancer. One moment. What we'll do, use load balancer is not checked. I don't think we will check that right now. Give one moment here. Let me. Okay. Go scroll down. Is that it? Okay. Right now we don't have the load balancing checked in. Go. So go to scaling. Hey, don't check it.
Oh, not sir.
Go to scaling. And instance code, yeah, we'll leave it to 1. That is manual. Go to the next. Let's see, we have boot diagnostics. Okay, disable the diagnostics. Existing, scroll down, please. Enable over provisioning. Okay, it's unchecked. Enable automatic unchecked. Okay. Scroll down. That's it. Instance
Instance television.
notification. Okay, no, not yet. Go to health. And enable no. Click on yeah. Go to the next. Mixed reading, enable scaling. Okay, scroll down. Enable user data, host group. Scroll down, please. Capacity resources, reservation. Okay, go to the next. Tags is okay. Go ahead and do a review and create. Okay, so validation failed, and let's see.
Please click on the validation field. Please click on that.
Click on the details. Click here to view details.
Click on the raw data one. There is an option called raw errors, right?
Karthik, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So we selected the security type as standard, right? So we have allowed the basic one.
Okay. And where do you see this, Karthik?
Okay, let me allow this one, which you have. I will allow this one.
You will allow this time, huh?
Yeah, because we are given only basic, as the participant is trying to create with B2MS, right?
Yeah.
So we will allow that B2MS as standard. 2 minutes. Give it 2 minutes.
B2MS, that is the size, right? The
Yeah.
interesting. Okay. So for this time, you're going to allow us, Karthik, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this time I'm going to allow standard one, because if you see the security type here, the participant has selected the B2MS and security type as a standard. If you see,
Where are you seeing that?
in the
My
information.
bad. Security type is standard, and then the size
And size
is
is
B2MS.
B2MS.
Okay.
So for scale set, we have allowed basic one.
We have only the basic one.
Yes.
Is it the security type should be the basic one, is what you're saying, huh?
Yes.
We can change it. Can we change it rather than you allowing us?
You can change it.
Okay. Go back to basics, Niharika. And let's see, where is that security type here? Security type. Okay, click. Oh, okay. The basic level standard. Okay. That says that is a basic level of security. Karthik.
Okay, can you click on the security type? Okay, trusted virtual machine. Can you click on that second one? What is that?
Trusted launch virtual machines.
Okay, give me 2 minutes. I will allow the standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Load balancer is basic, scale is basic, I see.
Karthik, I have just posted the allowed policies and services. I mean the resources, what all been allowed, that's been posted in the group conversation. Please have a look.
Achieve high availability at scale with identical or multiple. Optimize large scale workloads with identical instances. Orchestration mode. Let's see. Did you do orchestration here? So it's groups. Okay. Niharika,
Yes, sir.
can you select on the flexible radio button?
Okay.
And now look at the security type. Trusted. Same thing, no change. Put it back to uniform. And let's say scroll up. Let's select, we are selecting a standard sizes. Let's go back, scroll below. And let's see what scale set is basic, B2MS, B1MS. What we scroll below?
Okay.
Okay, B2MS is what we selected. Let's see, select all sizes.
All sizes. Okay.
Yeah. Let's look for B1S is there, B1MS. Pardon me. Just search for B1MS.
B1MS. Okay.
Standard underscore B1MS.
B4 is there, B2 is there.
B1
B-
is there, MS is not there. D3, B2. Search for standard underscore D3 underscore B2.
What is the ID?
B1MS is here, sir.
No, it's there.
One. See, two.
Okay, select that.
Okay.
Okay, and then we are now go back to security type.
Okay.
Shouldn't change, but just protect against. Okay, the basic level of security for your virtual machine is again the standard only. Load balancer and the scale sets. Basic, okay. Okay. So let me come back here and see if I can get this one. $79, right? Kilo.
Yeah, what I'm allowing now.
Okay, so let me see. Let me bring up something here, Niharika. I'm going to share my screen. You stop sharing your screen for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's say share this one. Okay, so Niharika, we'll try to take a few questions from you. Go ahead and read out what is here.
The Azure free account gives access to all Azure services for the first 30 days with a free credit of $200. After this period, the user would have access only to subset of Azure services for free. For example, Azure Threat Protection is a service that's not available with free account. The user needs to convert to pay-as-you-go subscription if they need to avail all of the Azure services.
Can you explain what it is saying?
It gives 30 days free subscription for a credit of $200. Means first 30 days it is
Okay.
free, and later that $200 you have to credit. After that period, user have access only the subnet of Azure services. Only that, threat protection is not available for free account. And next we can go the pay as you go, like how much we used and that much amount we have to pay.
Okay, good. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's say.
Standard is allowed, sir.
Acha, now you have allowed for standard. Okay. So Karthik, okay. So before we take up that question, I'll give the control back to you. Share your screen one more time, Niharika.
Sure.
And now let's say, go ahead and create it. Go to the review and create it. Click on review and create it.
Yeah.
Okay, create it. Okay, looks like it's going through. Karthik, it's going through, buddy.
Yes, perfect.
So will you be giving us a standard in the coming up days, or will that be put back to the basic?
Now basic is under also allowed, standard is also allowed. If required, I will allow that standard and I will allow.
Okay. And so today she's creating a skill set. So by tomorrow, this will be again cleaned up. It won't be available.
Yeah, it won't. After 4 hours of start commit, it won't be available.
After 4 hours of inactivity, it will be cleaned up.
No. Now the participant started the lab, right? In next 4 hours, again the lab will be cleaned up.
So anything we create, everything is gone after 4 hours.
Yes.
Not immediately after 4 hours. I mean, not 4 hours after the creation. 4 hours after the login. So let's say Nigarika has logged in at 2 o'clock. So automatically 6 o'clock, the lab will shut down and the cleanup will happen. See, that is the standard cleanup policy. That's an automated one we'll set for all the labs. You have the option of changing it to 6 hours, 8 hours, end of the day, or whatever the resources you create the whole day and should be, used the whole day of training. You can still request for cleanup at end of the day. So we'll do the cleanup at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. or 11:59 p.m., whatever it is.
Yeah, can you try to, do it a little later, Arvind, because these guys will be practicing these things. And they might get confused if they're suddenly gone and it won't serve the purpose also.
So we'll do a cleanup end of the day, 8 p.m. every day. Will that work out?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so we'll do 2 cleanups. Karthik, just change it to 8 p.m. every day, 1 cleanup, and cleanup after the lab stop. So if the participants voluntarily stopping the lab, then the cleanup will happen. Otherwise, there will be no cleanup.
Okay, so if we don't stop by 8 p.m., you're cleaning up. If we explicitly stop, you will clean up at that time, right?
If he don't stop, the cleanup will happen at 8 p.m. And if he stops in between, say like 2 p.m., 2:30 p.m. something, immediately after the stop button, the cleanup will happen.
Sounds good, Arvind. Would you recommend we really stop it, or is it okay if we just leave it and go?
After 8 p.m., we will do a cleanup.
Okay.
And the next cleanup will happen at the next day 8 p.m. only. By the time the participant create, it will be running and it will be running only. It will be running.
Great. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Karthik. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Happy learning. Any other issues, you can reach out to Lakshmi. We'll sort it then and now. Yeah.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah. Now I'm allowing now I allowed for Niharika. So now I'm allowing in 5 minutes I will allow for all the participants.
Great. Thank you. Keep the same setting if possible for the rest of the days also.
Yeah, same.
Great. Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, Arvind.
All right. Thank you. Happy learning.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Okay, we'll come back to that in a moment. And now we have successfully created. So let's see. Okay. Now I'm going to share my screen one more time, Niharika.
Okay, sir.
I'm going to share the screen. You keep that one like that. We'll come back in a moment. Let's say share the screen. Okay. So now the Azure free account gives access to all the Azure services for the first 30 days with a free credit of $200 is what they're saying. Now here's the question. You're planning to set up an Azure free account. After 30 days, would certain Azure products will still be free to use or not? What do you think?
Except the thread protection remaining, or we can
Except
able
the
to
thread
use.
protection remaining.
Yes.
Remaining will be.
We can use, yes.
Good answer. And why is threat protection not? Why is threat protection not available?
Maybe it is expensive.
It's like a premium product.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are a few services which are free even after 30 days, but some premium products are not free after 30 days. Are you catching it?
Yeah. Yes.
Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Did you follow the question? Okay. So the answer is right. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay. Let's say since we are almost at the end of the day, Niharika, why don't you proceed and read that? What is happening here? Read that, please.
Premium P1H, Premium P1 has all the features that the free plan has, and it will also include more features as both the features are not.
What is the meaning of that?
It allowing all the features what the free plan has, and it is allowing the features which are not there in the both.
Okay. So let's see. A company plans to upgrade its current Azure AD Active Directory free plan to premium plan. Does Microsoft provide the same feature set for both the plans?
Same features. Yes. Both required. No.
Let's see. Here is a hint again. Read it one more time.
As both features are not. There is anything below it.
Have you read that?
Yeah, sir.
So what is the answer?
No.
No.
Both same features are not provided for one account, premium account.
Why for premium? Why for premium?
Already one premium plan is given with some features. Same is it is same.
Okay, so the answer is no, because the premium is premium. What is premium? Premium means there are more services which are being provided to the premium customers. Whatever is free, you come to our coffee shop, tea is free, or let's say coffee is free. But if you want cappuccino, cappuccino is a premium product. You can drink the coffee free. Now, if you order a cappuccino, you're getting coffee plus something else, cream on that, that is cappuccino. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick please. Okay, read it, Niharika.
The cost per virtual machine depends on the region where it is hosted.
What is the meaning of that?
Based upon the region where it is present, the virtual machine cost is varying.
Okay, the company is planning to host 2 virtual machines in Azure, Demo VM and Demo VM1. They created 2 virtual machines. Would both the virtual machines always generate the same costs?
No.
Why?
They are different regions.
If they're in different regions?
Each region has some cost.
Very good. Okay. You with me, Niharika?
Yeah.
Read it.
When you look at the pricing for the Azure BLOB storage, there is a selector for the region. The cost depends upon the region the blob is located in. There is something.
What does that mean?
Okay. When we look at the pricing for the Azure, there is a selector for the region. We need to select the region. That based upon that region, the cost is varying, and where the blob is located.
So a company is planning to store 1 terabyte of data in Azure storage. Would the cost of the data storage be the same regardless of the region of the data is stored in?
No.
Why no?
Storage it varies, and the region also.
So good answers coming up, guys. Vishweshwari, Pratyusha, good. So the storage cost depends on the region. If they save it in one region, let's say if they store it in US, it is maybe $100. If they store it in Australia, it's maybe only $50. The same amount of data. That is what is the meaning of that. Catching it, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Value of money is different. Value of money is same, buddy. The currency is different, Suresh. So more precisely, but I think because of their other factors, they're giving different policies here. Okay, Niharika.
What are the Azure SLA credits? Azure SLA credits are calculated on as per the subscription basis as a percentage of the bill for the service in the billing month. That is SLA was missed. Okay. Calculated as per subscription basis as a percentage of bill of other service in the billing month. SLA was missed. SLA is missed. The service to the subsequent months bill. Generally, we provide 10% credit if we fall below the first threshold of 99.95% or 99.9%, depending upon the service, and 25% if we subsequent threshold is 99%. Please refer to our SLA page for complete details. Okay.
Do you know what is the meaning of SLA, Niharika?
No, sir.
SLA means service level agreement. So what is service level agreement means? Let us say you're using Gmail and let's say the Gmail goes down and Gmail says, I have the service level agreement is within 4 hours, we will get you back the application if at all it is down. If you're not able to get back the application, we're going to repay something. We're going to pay you back something. What is that 4 hours? That is their SLA, service level agreement. That is the agreement they are coming. Okay. And so we provide 10% credit if we fall below the first threshold is what they are indicating. But this is a tough one. Let's see. Let's go to the next one and see what that means. Okay. A company has a set of virtual machines defined in Azure. That means a company has already created a group of VMs. One of the machine was down due to the issue with the underlying Azure infrastructure. So in other words, one of the virtual machines was down. The server was down for an extended period. So it breached the SLA. So they said in 4 hours we'll fix it, and it went past that. So it breached the standard SLA defined by Microsoft. How will Microsoft reimburse the downtime cost?
By providing service credits to the customer.
By providing, so that is C, yeah?
Yeah.
By directly sending money to the customer's bank account. Why is that not right?
Because they thought if you are using, they may get 1% when service one person extra happens. I think. Okay. In that way.
Let's see why. What is it which is explaining here that the option C is the right one? Is there anything here based on which you are saying it is option C?
SLA credits are
Which one is that?
SLA credits, Azure SLA credits.
Based on that, you are saying by providing the service credits to the customer. So one of the virtual machines is down. They are not sending the money. By spinning up another virtual machine free of cost, they can spin up another virtual machine free of cost, right? What do you think, Niharika? Can they give them another virtual machine for free?
No.
Okay. By providing service credits is what you're saying. By providing a service free of cost to use for a specific duration of time is another answer.
Okay.
You think it is option C?
Yes, sir.
And one more time, have a look and say, tell me which one is the one which is explaining the option C. Is it the first line, second line? Which one is it?
Generally, we provide 10% credit.
Very good.
Is there?
That is the right answer. Okay.
Okay.
So they're providing service credits to the customer. Okay. Next, let's see where we are. Okay.
Why only providing credit? Any specific reason?
Providing service credits. Providing service credits means what they are doing is, if they do not meet their SLA at the end of the month, if they are sending $100 bill, in that one maybe 10% or 5% of it, they will reduce that bill and send it. That is what is the meaning of providing service credit. They're reducing the bill. They're not paying the money. They're not giving a free VM. They're not giving anything free, but they're just readjusting their bill is what is going on. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say a company wants to start using Azure. They want to deploy several resources to the Azure subscription. They want to be informed of the costs of Azure resources that go beyond a certain threshold. Oh, this is a slightly confusing one. Which of the following can help achieve this one?
Which of the create an alert should wonder, create a budget, create a cost tag from the resource group. Option D.
Create a cost tag. Okay, I think the right answer is the B. Create a budget, and that one we'll try to understand. We have not really spent much of time on the budget, but for now, it is a budget. We create a budget and we say, hey, in the cost management section, whenever it reaches this threshold, you send me an alert and things like that. That's what it is about. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, gentlemen, ladies, we'll take this up tomorrow. Tomorrow again, Niharika, maybe what you do is when we log in, you create, I think this scale set, whatever we created will be cleaned up by our folks, by the team.
Okay.
So when you're logging in the first hour only, you create a scale set and keep it ready so that we can save some time.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
please share that Hive docs
Yeah.
comments.
Yeah, I will
Because
share.
seeing recording, it's training eyes continuously from morning to evening. That's
How is it? Okay. Sounds good. I
They're
will share
going
it.
through
Right.
the recordings, but not able to see that much time.
Sounds good. I will share it right away, Niharika. Sorry about that. And I'll put it in the TM drive, okay? In the TM.
Okay. And today's PPT also like Azure one.
Yeah, these things probably I'll share in, by the end of this week, Niharika. So just be a little patient.
Okay, sir.
Because I have a lot of stuff that I'm putting them together, and it's taking a little bit of time and things like that. Okay.
Okay, sir. Sir, what is the next week exam?
I'll let you know.
On
Keep looking into the Hive and pick SQL, little bit of Hadoop, and a little bit of Python.
Sir, everything you said.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Python will always be there. I will be adding. Adding instance. I will always continue Python. Big data, bits and pieces. If you're good with review the SQL concepts, well, that should be good enough. Okay.
But some of them can't have access, cannot access the SQL in their laptops, company laptops.
But I have shared the screenshots, right? Just review them and be familiar, and I'll see if I can come up with a alternative for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Niharika. So guys, I'll be stopping it here. We'll continue the journey from tomorrow and go from there. You guys all stay safe and keep learning. Thank you guys. Signing off for today. Thank you and bye for now. Thank you again.